Hello, everybody, and welcome once again to another session of Pathfinder with Epic and Friends. I'm your host, your newly bearded Animus. Really shitty beard. Yes, I know, my beard grows slow. We once again return to you, now with our newly titled Stories from the Seventh.
Oh, nice.
And with our very own Agents of Mayhem. So, continuing on from session 78 onto session 79, our group, having undergone their various traumas and, well, let's say issues with the actions of one individual member who has Camilla gone off to hang out with the Garleans for a little while. The party has all returned back to the homestead. Worksing, having taken a tour of the Opernaeus, found much to his liking in the area. Miss Darkspane spent some time with her cousin Haurchefant in Camp's Dragonhead, and spoke a little bit with one Colby, the Vaurelian that they met during their brief stint in the area. Dacqua took a moment to recuperate herself and spend time with her boyfriend Edol and the family at large, primarily Ahabaha, or her adopted mother, rather. Kato took the time to relax. Did you do anything else, Kato? Any family business? Just stargazing? Anything at all interesting there, buddy?
Nope.
Alright, I'm gonna assume you hibernated.
Essentially.
Alrighty then. Fionn took some time to read a very emotional letter, along with helping Dacqua cope for a little while and looking over more research materials related to returning a void scent to its original form. And I believe dear Yedrin spent her time fishing. Does anybody have any corrections they would like to make before we continue on?
It was some mutual comforting on Fiona and Dak's part.
I was thinking that I wasn't returning to the homestead, that I would go to Opernaeus instead with Haurchefant.
That's quite a while away.
Okay, fine, I went home.
Are you sure you want to stay? It's going to be like a month or two. Fuck it, I'm going home.
Take him with you.
Yeah.
I might have smuggled out Colby. I don't know. Haven't figured out how that talk went.
All right.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Fiona was doing a whole bunch of other errands, so she didn't actually get much rest at all.
Well, poor Fiona. She got some cuddle time with Skull, though. The very least.
She got her rest while we were down in the...
Yeah, exactly. She needs to rest for.
Dude, she's taking care of the homestead while we were gone, though.
She's doing all the taxes. Have you seen Eorzean tax files?
Oh my god.
I don't even want. Ah, crap! I just dropped my bottle. No.
Regardless, our adventurers once again convene in the homestead, finding themselves down a Arcelis who has not returned, Camilla who has not returned either, and a number of interesting additions to the homestead for the time being.
These interesting additions.
Like 20...
Well, Adol has politely informed you that the Suns have decided to take an extended vacation on your land until it is time for the tourney.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Nilebert has additionally arrived on the
Who?
homestead. Nilebert. You know him as one of the... Oh, what did I name their little group?
I all of a sudden just thought of the Warriors of Darkness. The name.
Why would you think that?
No. Not the worst darkness. Oh. It's the Black Mage.
Yeah, I know.
Spoilers.
Sorry.
For anybody who's watching, which I don't think is anybody right now, but for anybody watching who has not played it, yes.
Mm.
Yedrin, that is fine. Theo, do you happen to remember what I named their adventuring group?
Nope. Cam never knew.
I can't remember for the life of me either.
Fiona had no reason to know, so.
God damn it, hang on.
Mm.
Cam did tell the others
No, they are
the relation of the group.
They are the Swords of the Departed.
Oh, so that's who they are.
Yes,
Right.
that is what they are going by right now.
I was wondering about who that group belonged to.
I thought I had said their name at some point. Regardless,
Absolutely, but never the members.
yeah, they. He's there. He has stated that he would like permission to stay. Of course, pay for his in-stay, but he wants permission to study the ley lines on the land. Additionally, you have found that Adol has hired a number of helping hands as well.
So long as we can pay for them, it's fine.
Yep. There is now a male Vera who works for you guys. He is basically a housekeeper.
Holy shit.
There is an orphaned Highlander by the name of Conrad who works the kitchens with Skull.
Aw.
He is 14, so he can't do any alcohol stuff. He just makes food and takes it to tables.
Mm-hmm.
There is Sorgel Lumero, a Sunkeeper Mikote, that was hired to help Skull in the kitchens. You have already met her. She is the pink-haired Mikote that you met beforehand. She works as a bartender. There's also Nimira, who is the other one you already met, who is a Duskwhite Ellison. Short bob haircut. She's basically taken on the head chef role. Likewise, there is Dolose Dalose, who is a Lalafell girl with long black hair who also works as a housekeeper.
Okay.
And then there's that weird horned Lalafell who's acting as an extra set of helping hands for free.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
Talheka. Halaka.
Telkiha.
Telkiha.
Stop.
Toki.
Yes.
Mlam.
I'm with you, Hunt.
Yep.
Hey, you with the pink hair. Give me a drink.
Oh, there is one additional thing of note that Dak, you having stayed there for a while, and Fionn would recognize Lavender Mouse's life partner has moved in with her.
Cute.
Her
Aw.
name is Bright Poppy.
Aw.
That's precious.
That is just
Additionally, she is a beekeeper, and she started keeping bees about half a mile off the land.
okay.
So, you have all returned. What are you doing?
I'm probably chilling at my house at Percy.
Okay.
I didn't say anything else. Sitting on
Not wasting any time, are we?
None. No fucks given. No chill.
I haven't. Wait.
Oh, dude, just invited him over. They're having a drink, having some tea.
I am not the bard, okay?
I didn't say anything. I just said you weren't wasting any time.
Your four-way would like to disagree with you.
Oh, stop! That was so long ago, dude.
I know.
We
That's almost 2 fucking years ago at this point.
Jesus.
Please.
She's not gonna live that down, just like he's not gonna live down climbing the tree.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit in the group that none of us are going to live down.
If
The
I'm
sword.
not that, no, Kato's got the. So far, Kato's got the marmot. And
I think we all had the marmot.
No, and oh, my family jump.
Yeah, exactly. Jumping down from Limsa.
I also don't think, just to crap on you just a little bit, Kato, I don't think we're ever going to let you live down falling asleep on your watch.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. I have spells for that now.
I mean, I got a ring for that now.
Fair.
Yeah.
Dex probably just checking her stuff to make sure she's got everything in case we decide we're gonna go somewhere, which I think we are.
How does a stargazer? How does someone at night who's supposed to watch the stars? How does he fucking fall asleep?
In all fairness, though, we were safe.
In all fairness, though, stars are relaxed.
In all fairness, though, Works had been smoking that sweet kush.
Yeah. Sweet,
Fumes
dank, draconic kush.
Fumes were everywhere. Kato just had a bad reaction.
Kali got contact high.
So anyway, Rowan is on her front porch with Percy. They're having a couple of drinks. They had like a little bit of a lunchtime snack. The baby's out and they're just chatting.
Baby.
Baby. I love the
Okay.
baby.
You and Percival are having a chat. He's kind of just leaned forward. He's kind of watching the homestead just kind of not really roll by, but kind of
People watching.
He's people watching. He's listening to you intently, but he's people watching.
Yeah, because I'm not talking about anything like crazy.
Yeah. Works, and what are you doing?
Well, I said about I get back from Albernage to kind of stroll into the homestead, looking, relaxed, and much less tense than when he left.
Good. Yedrin, what are you doing?
I'm just straight up, probably, just relaxing in the sun, near the water on, some walk or something, even if I had to make the walk platform myself.
Probably, stretched out, actually, heat rocking it right now.
Basically.
Kato just looks down from his tower. God, she's so fucking weird.
Okay, so Kato's apparently spying on Yedrin.
Not exactly. It's just kind of hard not to see her.
Yeah, I don't carry the giant big axe. I don't have a giant big axe with me all the time anymore. Sometimes it's small.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say for the sake of it, at this point, you all spend the next hour or so doing your own thing, getting a little bit of rest and relaxation in before Adol puts down like a picnic blanket in the middle of the homestead and rings a bell and basically sets out lunch.
Dak's gonna help bring out stuff. Probably help to cook it. But yeah, just making sure stuff's all together because sure we're gonna go somewhere because I know we want that sweet XP.
Yep.
You don't want Vorila to turn into a giant fucking forest.
Pause.
It's
No.
less about the terrain turning into a forest and more about possibly the people.
Yeah.
Because the last thing you need is like druidic Virillians raiding you.
No.
Oh, jeez.
Besides,
yeah.
I gotta listen to them elementals.
Anyway, Fionn puts away her maps, her blueprints, her aetherological readings, everything, and leaves her house to join them for lunch, while Telkiana helps Dak bring stuff out.
Alright.
Rowan-
She's got the baby and she's cuddling. He's
Alright.
making no it's time for food.
Puts out a candelabra for him.
Baby nukes the candelabra. Right?
Oh, I should have done this.
Okay. So Kato pulls out a candelabra from
It's a
somewhere.
joke.
Baby goes flying over to Dak because Dak's got food.
Right. You do see Rowan, if you would roll a perception for me. Oh, did it? Just waiting for the roll to show up. There it went. Okay, even with a 15, Rowan, on a natural 2, you're quick to note that Percival still seems uncomfortable around the dragon.
Okay. Oh, is Percival joining us for lunch too?
He's just sitting there. He's not going to invade on you guys' privacy. But while you were sitting there having the conversation with him, you could see when the dragon got close to him that he was uncomfortable.
Aw.
Aww. So, seeing that, I would probably try to keep my little baby closer,
Mm-hmm.
not to antagonize Percival. And and you could see the baby actually wants to go to Percy.
I mean, he reaches out and he strokes its head a few times. It's kind of like a person who's afraid of a dog, but will still socialize with them. There's a lot of timidness there.
Well, Rowan's not going to push it on him, so she's going to give him a quick hug and say, I'll talk to you in a bit. I guess we got a team meeting going on. And head over. And
Oh man, we
Tell
have
me-
team meetings. Sorry.
tell him he's welcome to stay over here, or he can go to the bar, or do whatever he wants. Over here, be in the house.
Hang on. I'll be around. You don't have to worry about me leaving anytime soon. I have nowhere to go.
Yeah, well, if I know them, our respite is over, and we're gonna probably be leaving soon. So
Such is the life of an adventurer, right?
yeah, and then we get to go to the tournament after that, I guess. And I know you guys are competing. I don't know.
At least we can say that our lives are interesting.
You're never boring, that's for sure.
Hope enjoy your
I'll be-
lunch.
I'll see you later on.
He just waves goodbye.
By the way, Rowan's getting that outfit for when she goes to Abernaeus, and she's gonna drop draws. One of the 2 pictures you posted, I'll send it to you later.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, you all gather around for lunch. It's mostly just like finger sandwiches with variety of spreads on it. Turkey sandwiches with cheese, various condiments, remoulades, things of that nature. Chicken salads, etc. Essentially like a couple baskets of the housing item.
Hmm.
Sure. Adol very quietly gives Dak a kiss on the top of her head and heads off and drags Talaka? Telki. Telki away with him.
Oh, okay, be seeing you.
Bye.
Well, before we get down to business, since some of us just got back, how's everyone's week been treating them?
I'm feeling better. I guess that's the best part.
It has been quite eye-opening for me as well.
I might be avoiding Horizon for a while.
Oh, why
You
is
mean
that?
what's left of it?
Wait, what? What happened?
Theon starts making a quick motion across her neck at the others. Oh wait. Passing a secret message.
Oh, I decided to just let off some steam and see how hot I can go, and I kind of blew up part of the desert.
Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm golden.
All right.
That little corner's not so much. What's the glass? Yeah. I think just for the time being, I'm not going to be going near Horizon for a bit.
I mean, I can understand that. Did you make a bunch of glass?
Superheat sand, and that's what happened, so yeah.
Okay. Noted. Avoid Horizon. Got it.
Rourke just sits down like the end of that's like, why are we avoiding Horizon?
Apparently, Rowan made a bunch of glass there.
Oh, so that's what that was.
Well,
I could feel the explosions from Vesper Bay.
I was in an area where nobody can, except maybe a few passing marmots. And if so, they were singed instantly.
oh,
More like incinerated.
Oh yeah, I meant not singed. I didn't feel any pain. It was over in an instant.
doesn't make it any better.
no.
So
So it was nice.
what were you up to, Walks? Change your subject?
I went to Abernaeus for a week.
Oh,
It's very relaxing. And I had a lot of time on self-reflection and kind of processing what I want out of this life.
and you come up with anything?
A few things. Reevaluated what I'm really in for.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think it's one thing I came up with was, I kept trying to be the best out of everyone. But I think for now I'm going to try to be the best I can be.
Dick just slowly nods.
Stop comparing myself to others and, compare myself to who I was before. See the progress I've made myself.
Which is that's a lot healthier for you than what you were doing before.
Yeah.
Do you at least have a good time?
I ran into Ark and Baron a few times, yeah.
Oh, how are they doing?
Oh, the usual.
Dick kind of gets a little far off stare, like, I don't know if you want me. I want to think about the usual for Urk.
I mean, the usual I know of Ark,
Oh, okay.
We kind of passed each other a few times, but that was about it.
Okay.
Although, you guys' jaws are gonna drop when you get there.
Oh?
So, there's banners and flags, like, all over, with symbols of, like, I guess, like, stuff for us and stuff for, like, the Suns and, Tier and a lot of the other competitors. And this was kind of a humbling moment for me. Like, there was actually a lot with mine on there. And I'm not saying that like an ego boost. Like, it was, I was humbled by it, because it's like, people are actually out there, behind me, and it felt pretty nice.
Oh, if it's
Also, I'm now the Platinum Dragon.
Really?
Yeah, I guess
That's
Iron
interesting.
Dragon was a little too vague.
Okay.
Or boring, I don't know.
Rowan crosses her arms and looks thoughtfully at, what would I be? Or what am I?
You... I honestly I think mine was the only one that changed. So whatever yours were last year, they stayed.
I don't know what they were last year.
I'm still the Kneecapitator.
No. Although you had a lot of flags.
Wait, what?
Dak,
Oh, it's hard to
you
surprise.
won so many contests, including the popularity contest.
True. I don't know. I'm not used to people doing stuff like that, though.
Well, it was a surprise for me too. But I know I can work with it.
Even Fiona had a couple out there.
Well, that's really nice to know, though.
That was interesting. Sitting with my cousin, they all wanted to hear stories of us. There's a newspaper article they read about us. Or,
Indeed.
Okay.
That's weird too.
To think there were so many lives that we touched without knowing until now.
Yeah.
It's a rather enlightening and humbling moment, indeed.
Well, hope we can live up to the hopes and dreams. I don't know.
Expectations.
that's not,
Expectations. Thank you. Out of character. I forgot a word.
Hey, you got the song stuck in my head now.
Oh dear.
What song is that?
Undertale, Hopes and Dreams. It's
Ah,
literally the
nice.
name.
Nice. Well, what's our next course of action?
Well, I already told Fiona about it, but as much as I'm sure all of you would love to just relax until the tournament. I've delivered some news that's rather concerning.
Mm.
A bit more over the week, Fiona, if you want to talk about it.
Indeed, there is a rather naturally aspected surge of aether forming within the region of Boreal, near the Dravanian hinterlands. To say it is concerning is an understatement. There are, estimates that if left unchecked, it could consume the entirety of Abelathia's spine and neighboring settlements with forest.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
So you're talking about
Yep.
a frozen wasteland into a forest?
I'm assuming it would be rather fine and change.
Indeed. It's not just a frozen wasteland, it's the mountains, quite possibly the Sea of Clouds being heavily altered as
Hmm.
to say
Yeah,
nothing of Boreal itself.
That'd be an influx of sunlight, and that would hurt the Varillians.
I'm pretty sure the trees popping up would also just hurt them.
Well,
Yeah.
Basically, if you survive the giant ass change to the environment, you might not. I don't know. Would you be considered lucky?
Mm.
We'd have to make some more in-depth investigations to see just what would happen, but the overall consensus is that this is quite a dangerous thing. Unfortunately, since it is in Varillian territory, the Seed Seers are loath to send white mages out to investigate, so unfortunately it falls upon us.
I was gonna say, well, there's a unaffiliated white mage right here.
Indeed.
And besides, I have a feeling that's what the elementals were trying to tell me. With their little
Yes.
riddle.
I'm afraid that's likely the case. Fortunately, however, we have been given access to the Enterprise under the orders of the Twin Adders.
Oh, well, that's nice. That would certainly save us some time, at least.
Indeed. Eric, a quick question on that note. Did the Ironworks fix up the Enterprise at all?
Gods, I hope so.
They didn't even come to look at it.
Oh, no.
They
just- Got it. The message we sent.
they basically have stated that they're so busy trying to actually keep themselves afloat that they can't do anything.
Don't suppose the Adders could work on it then?
The adders did work on it.
I was gonna say, I thought the major problem with it was it didn't have a lot of fuel left. At least for the reason of we went back.
Essentially, the adders have been fixing it up under the assumption that if the Ironworks didn't claim it, they were going to claim it.
Mm.
no, if the Ironworks didn't claim it, they couldn't because we're the ones that found it.
Well, we also can't pay for all the repairs they're doing.
There is also no such thing as finders keepers.
There should be.
At least with an airship.
So, with all that being said, and now the information being out there, do you all have a decision to make on when you're leaving and how you're leaving?
So the airship is it still in Verdania?
Yes. It has not left that region.
Well, I think it prudent that we deal with this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I agree on that.
Indeed. I was hoping we'd have Arceus along, but he hasn't returned yet.
I think before he left, he even said he didn't want to do this one because all the Aether wouldn't be nice with him.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted Ark to go.
sorry.
No, you're good.
How would that have affected him anyway?
Large influx of Aethers. Higher chance of danger, Noodle.
Hmm.
That is a fair point. I was hoping, at the very least, he could provide information from afar, but I understand if he's uncomfortable.
I think we're at the point where we have. Did you manage to get any more like full confirmation on exactly where it is filmed? Because the most we had last time was that it's near the coast up in that area.
I have been getting aethological readings from other nations, from other city-states, and have triangulated it to a certain degree of accuracy. There's a map in my house if you'd like me to retrieve it.
Well, we'll probably have to take that along. Second boy, I know we would want to use the airship to get there faster, but here's the question for you: are the Vaurelians gonna be bit upset if we flew that one into the area?
That does pose a problem. Unless there was a way to get a message up there before we left.
I have no idea. That's why I'm asking.
I think our best then would be to stop back in Camp Dragonhead and speak with Colby, since Colby is the only Vaurelian currently at Dragonhead.
We could send a Moogle. Maybe.
With my experience of Mughals, I'm less than thrilled to trust them, but I'm pretty sure their messages have gotten better.
I would say that, in fact, going to Camp Dragonhead personally would be the best option. It is on the way.
And as it was, I know that Colby was due to report back to Varil. So we might be able to help. The Moogle idea for me doesn't sound like a smart one, only because the Vaurelians are so they're so strict, and well, I don't know how they would handle Moogle mischief.
My only issue with the whole walking thing would be that we have to get pretty far, and depending on the weather, that's a long trip.
I was gonna say, isn't it also really cold up there?
Yes.
We would have frozen apart before we made it to where we go. We would have to take the airship, even if it down away from anywhere, but still get us in as close to the rail as possible. We can't, we can't expect Jack to go through that. She's, no offense, but she's so small.
And then the last worry then is if you're going to that area, are we going to have to worry about anti-dragon measures for flying over the mountains?
Colby would be the best one to know the answers to that.
Or would I know about how many dragons tend to be up in that area?
Roll a knowledge arcana.
Mind if I roll one too?
Is it so much that we're asking about, or the measures, such as like ground-to-air defenses?
All right.
Yeah, is a heretic.
I will let you roll one, but take a -5 because it's not your area.
19.
Okay. Why did you roll a bluff first? What?
Oh, that was for the
That's
part.
a secret message.
Well,
Yeah.
Sorry.
I talk about killing Pam.
Good lord. Kato, you don't know shit.
Obviously.
Oh.
Oh, poor bloody baby.
Kato's trying to keep his food from the baby.
Kato, for this particular area that they're talking about, like, you know there's dragons in the area. You've seen dragons in the area. Running a tally on numbers is hard. Fiona, for you, you know that the highest conglomeration of dragons within that area tends to be of tribe Navraxius and Saloon. They don't tend to be too hostile, but there's a near 0% chance of surviving an encounter with them if they are.
If we steer clear of the hordes of Navraxius and Salu, we should be alright. They are not especially hostile, but it's best to avoid their territory regardless.
Fiona, I will say with that knowledge arcana like that and general knowledge of dragons, you know that it's hard to dodge the saloon ones. Saloon. Mostly because they're cloud dragons. And they tend to just shape into the clouds in the area.
Unfortunately, this will also mean flying quite low. Which means, unfortunately, we may run afoul of Jarvania's hordes before we even get there. Oh, this is going to be tricky.
Sadly, it needs to be done.
Never easy.
Mhm. If you're planning on taking the airship, someone could go ahead to Dragonhead and talk to Kobe about if he needs to worry about the Bavarian offense that's flying into the area and what knowledge he has, while the rest of us look into getting the airship ready and possibly figuring out how we would handle an attack if it happened. I mean, it also probably would hope to whoever's gonna fly the thing, maybe pick one down from the engineers.
Looks at Kato.
I got some new goggles that will help to understand mechanical devices, so...
But it still would help to get one down from the engineers, yes.
Fair enough.
Oh, speaking of dragons and dragoons and such, Works, you might want to talk to Telkiha at some point.
Talk to who?
Telkiha, he was the other Lullafell who was helping me bring food out.
Ah.
Wait, what does he have to do with this?
Dragon Lord? Worm Lord?
Or just like, come again?
Worm Lords?
Okay, I thought you said that. I just wasn't sure because that's the word I don't hear that often.
Yeah, and it's the name for the people you keep trying to look for, right?
Yeah.
Well, as far as I know, we have one that's currently, I think, raiding the kitchen.
Good to know.
He
Well,
said he was going to leave a message for you in your house. Just watch, there's like a letter on the ground. It's all stepped on because Works didn't even look down at his feet. Mud all over it.
You did the Saturday Night Fever on it?
Yeah.
Well, taking that into account, who would want to go talk to Colby? Works, if you want, you can stay and talk to Telkia before we all have to meet up, because yay, Faithites, and I guess Cardo, if he's going to be flying, and one or two of us should go look into the airship.
Yeah.
I will go back to Dragonette.
Okay.
I'll head to Gridania and get things started there.
I'll come with him and bring the map with me.
Alright, I have a few things I need to tie up here before I go.
You see Kato about to say something, but then he stops.
What?
Nothing.
No, what?
Just make sure you let Date go before we leave.
Rowan just face
She
palm.
reaches down, grabs a grape, and just flicks it at Kato.
You said you were gonna tie some things up.
She just takes a breath and just puts her hands up and just shakes her head, just like, ah.
Okay, Works, what are you doing? Rowan, do you want company, or do you think it'll be good on your own talking to Colby, since you probably know him better?
I'm fine with whatever.
Okay, Works.
I'll stay and talk to Telkia.
Okay, I guess I'll head to the airship as well, just so I don't know.
I'll end up going with I'll stay here with Works. You guys can go on. Aetherite's fine. Meet you guys in Corthus.
Sounds like a good plan. We'll fly over.
Okay.
Alright, since the two of you are already here, Works and Telkia, you guys get to go first.
Alright.
I need a couple of minutes. We have a missing tooth situation.
Oh no!
She needs to get more money. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Bye. So, Works, how do you approach Telkia?
Telki.
Telkia.
Well, first I find out. Well, I go find him first.
What's he doing,
Yes.
Fionn?
He's currently enjoying an ale in the Pandemonium.
So I walk in, see him sitting down next to him. You're Telkia, right?
I am. And your Wugs, I assume.
Yep.
Good to finally put a name to the face to the name.
I was told you wanted to talk to me about something.
Well, let's see, how do I put it?
You're also like
Well,
me.
Yes, there's that. But, moreover, I wanted to ask you something about, well, a mutual friend of ours. You know Arcella?
I might know her by the nickname.
Well, she disappeared into the realm of Dravania, and seeing as how she was a traveling companion of mine, I'm rather worried about her.
Mm-hmm.
And, well,
Stop yourself.
is shut up.
What? So you need help looking for her, correct?
And considering, well, our current talents and her disappearing shortly before the two great worms clashed over Ishgard, I have an inkling she's in that area. And unfortunately, I can't go because not only am I not any sort of Ishgardian, well, he takes off his angler's hat, revealing a set of very spirally horns running back over his head.
Works looks very intrigued with them. It's like,
As he like
Yeah,
flicks
girl
his
horns.
big fucking tail around.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I can walk in Ishgard as I am. I don't think I'd be very welcome there. Now, that's not saying I won't help.
Not you either, huh?
Let's just say I did some things that were. I'd probably be killed the second they recognized me.
Let's just say he's supposed to be dead.
Yeah. Also, I think a few people don't expect me to be alive.
That's quite a shame, really. What happened?
The long and short of it is, I try to be the hero and wound up costing innocent lives for something that could have been avoided.
I understand how that could be, honestly. You did what you could, right?
Sometimes I don't think I did, but that's in the past. I'm not going to worry about it now. But I do have reason to go up there.
Mm-hmm. Why dwell on the past when you can look forward to what you can do in the future, eh?
That's the way I'm trying to look at things.
It's good philosophy. One I live by.
Well, I wasn't planning on going up until after the tournament, and especially with this news of Elemental Crisis, I'm sure we're going to be moving out there ourselves.
I heard Art mention it. Sounds like an all-hands-on-deck situation, if you ask me, but... Naturally, he doesn't want me anywhere near it, because he barely knows me. The rest of you don't know me. Oh, we're barely acquainted now, the two of us, but...
Well, I do know a way you can get a pretty fast beat on someone.
Oh?
He cracks his neck a little bit. Well, I've taken a week off. I need to loosen up a little bit. Are you a fighter or are you a caster type?
I'm something of a wrestler back in my homeland. He pounds his fists together. Fancy iron of Azimbuck?
God bless you.
Oh, what the
Oh! Sorry, it's traditional style of wrestling. I mean, the horns make me look quite different, but I truthfully am half Xyla. Sounds like you grew up in a similar situation as my mom.
I grew up in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was born and raised in Ishgard. My parents fled before. I think my mom was pregnant with me when they fled, but I don't know. So what is Azimbuck?
Well, long story short, we try to wrestle each other off our feet and onto the ground.
I'm game.
It's
Sounds simple enough. I'm game.
all right. Come then. He hops off the seat after setting his ale down and heads out into the homestead yard.
Works follows him back. All right. So how's this all work?
How about this?
He said we
Works.
yeah.
Roll a Constitution save. Takia, what is your what's the DC on your stunning fist?
God.
He's not about to do that.
That's cheating.
He should.
No, it's cheating.
Deserves
He's a good-
it.
He's a good boy.
I never said he's cheating. I just want to know what the DC
Oh,
is.
DC's 19.
So I have
So I guess roll that fort save.
damn.
Alright, Works. You kind of get down in the stance and get ready as Takia instructs you. And him being the cheerful, energetic Energizer Bunny that he is, he essentially shoulder rams you and almost gores you with his horns, and it knocks the wind out of you. And the next thing you know is he's got you over his head and he just chucks you behind him.
Just lands like, what just happened?
Sorry. I can be a bit intense sometimes.
Jack's gonna watch this.
I don't think it was the intensity, more of I blinked. Like, I blinked, and then I was over here.
Well, to be fair, I normally wrestle down men twice my size. That's half of who I wrestle, after all. He extends a hand to help. Works back. Fancy another round?
Yeah. Works, gets up and it's like, yeah, why not?
Okay, roll another fortitude, Works.
Okay.
Oh no!
Yep,
This time,
saw that coming.
This time you kind of like lean forward and try to weigh him down. And as it happens, Takia takes a step back, grabs your wrist, and then like Aikido turns you over and puts you into an armbar.
Come on now, you can't just expect to win with brute force.
What? I usually win?
There's technique to this.
Takia, roll a grapple check.
Make him say uncle.
Bullshit!
Okay, Works. Roll an oppose. You have to beat a 46.
Jesus Christ.
Well, actually, no. It's just to get your CMD, which I know that beats.
It's a 32, which is actually, like...
Monks, man.
Yeah,
You two...
What? Really? You rolled a nat 20.
You two grapple for a little while, and you're doing your best, and then he puts you in a triangle hold with your own arm.
Oh.
Meanwhile, he's taking one foot and he's stepping on your tail, driving it down into the small of your leg while he's got you in the triangle choke.
We're just tapped like...
Right. Takia, let's go. Help straighten works back out.
God.
Roll one more fortitude save for me, Works.
Alright.
I'm gone.
What the hell?
That should have been a 14. Takia,
Yes.
roll a strength check.
Give the man
Oh
some
god.
dignity. Give the man some dignity.
Nice.
Okay, there's no lasting damage.
There. You can't win them all. Good first try though.
Well, I think experience is, experience really gives you an advantage, though.
I admit that's a bit unfair, but
You suddenly hear
no,
you suddenly hear a shout. You suddenly hear a
victory,
shout, and it's you see Gawain has walked out. He goes, "Are you wrestling?
Oh shit.
I don't want to turn! I don't want to turn!"
All right, tag in.
He slaps your hand. Alright, so how do we do?
Alright,
Ever-
we basically grab each other by our belts and try to take each other off our feet and onto our backs. Or, well, any other part of it that's not our feet. Excluding tails.
Okay. Works at this point, he's distracted him enough that you can leave.
I'm gonna sit there and watch the fight.
At least one round, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hop out, thank you. Okay. So he's got to beat a Fortitude 19.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a
Whoa.
32. So what is your CMD?
Against grapple checks, 41.
Damn.
Okay. And what is your AC?
25.
Natural 20.
Oh, jeez.
So at that point, you and Gawain are grappling, and you see like the veins on his arms pop out. And the next thing Telkia knows is he's flipped upside down, and Gawain pile drives him into the ground, like getting him stuck on his horns.
Whoa! Not bad. And he flips back to his feet. Thunk.
Yeah, he like pulls himself out. And he's like got like dirt stuck in his horns.
He
My
flicks
poor
some
one.
dirt out.
My poor lawn. No.
Let's still have 3.
For the sake of
And I
it,
keep wrestling in the background.
and I keep wrestling in the background.
We should have sold tickets.
Okay, so Rowan was going to Dragonhead.
Mm-hmm.
Yedrin, what were you doing?
I was just gonna go with airship crew if Rowan didn't think she needed an escort, because I'm not gonna be doing much talking.
So, I'm assuming Dak, Fion, Yedrin, and Kata were going to the airship, right?
Dak actually wanted to talk to Date about possibly going with, but
Okay, you can talk to Date.
yeah. Date.
1 second. You see he's in the bakery and he's talking with the little sylph about making meringue.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, okay, so we need to keep it whipped for quite a while. Look, I understand we're gonna have the animated thing do it for us, but you need to know how to do it. Oh, don't give me that face. No, you're too cute. Stop! He turns, and the last thing you hear is like, "Red walking one is silly."
Well, that he is.
He goes, "Oh,
Date, she kinda like pauses. We were gonna actually head up to, Voril, and I didn't know maybe if you wanted to come with. I know things are gonna be busy here, and,
kind of taps his head a little bit and goes, would I be... I mean, honestly, would I be of any value if I went with you? It'd probably freeze my little butt off.
yeah, it's true. It's just, I know we got the cold weather stuff and all that. I just didn't know if you wanted to go or not.
Do you want me to go?
selfish of me to say yes, but
Uh, what do you think I would be able to do? I mean, I overheard a little bit of what you guys were heading to do, and well, I would love to help. My forte seems to be monsters, not anything ethereal.
that's true. I just didn't know if maybe there might have been some monsters for you to. She
See,
pauses.
he-
Investigate
He licks his lips a little bit. You can say it.
to eat.
Hmm. I don't know if I'm ready for Boreal based on, everything we've seen, and with it being the elements.
Mhm.
Whew, I wonder what it would
No.
taste like. Would it be like cotton candy? Just kind of. I should ask Ark.
I was gonna say I'm not the best one to ask for that. But no, it's all right. I just thought I'd ask. Give the offer.
Hey, come here, sweetie.
She heads over to him.
He gets down to her level and he draws her in close and he just holds her.
She hugs Date and then turns and gives him a kiss.
He kisses back and he just says, I promise I'll be more useful in the future. I don't want to get in your way. I don't want to be like Ifrit again.
No, you are plenty useful. It's fine. Maybe we can go monster hunting at some point together. How's that?
Maybe.
If we ever have time.
We'll see.
Mhm.
Now, go save the world again. It's what you do.
Okay, take care, okay?
Always. I'm just, taking care of the bakery. As always.
Mhm. Thank you. Thank you so much for last week.
You're welcome. And he pokes your forehead. I saw Mom gave you that recipe. I want it.
I will make it for you later.
It's
I
not-
might give you the recipe.
I'll hold you to that.
If you can figure out a couple of the spices, I'll give you the recipe. How's that? But later,
I know.
I have to go meet up with some people in Corsus. That means I need to go get dressed warmly.
And he stops and he says, when you get back, I want to talk about something else, by the way.
I had something I want to talk about with you too, but later. We'll tell each other later. How's that?
Okay.
Okay. Take care. And she
Bye.
leans over and looks at the sylph. Don't give him too much trouble.
She just kind of looks at Dak and looks at Date and looks back and she says, oh, walking ones are silly.
Flying ones are silly too. She sticks her tongue out.
The little orange sylph just flutters her wings.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Alright. Bye.
Bye. He
She runs off to go get her sweater and all of her
stops and
others.
he grabs her hand before she goes.
Yes?
I love you.
I love you too.
Let's go.
She runs off now with a red face. Why is that so hard to say? She goes and gets all of her nice cold weather stuff and ports over to Corthus, the
Okay.
Dragonhead.
So, Kato, Yedrin, Fionn, you guys are heading to Gridania?
Yep.
Alright. I say that you guys do a quick poof, teleport. You are now over in Gridania. Do you do anything before you head over to the airship hangar?
Not really.
I was gonna say, does anyone have any business? Does anyone need anything? I think I don't have any money left to buy anything on my own.
I think I'm good.
Alright. You all head right over to the hangar. As you walk through the canopy, down the stairs to where the airship bay currently is, you find a number of twin adders standing around. You also see the figure of one Eclipse Dawn kind of standing there next to the obviously much more advanced airship of the Enterprise compared to yours. He looks at you and he gives a faint nod and he says, "Oi, hang on, oi."
Greetings. Dan flashes his card.
No, you don't need to show me that. I know well enough what Mouse did. Can't say I'd agree with the decision. Piece of machinery like that needs to be staying here and investigated. But I'm not one to micromanage.
We have needed a top-of-the-line airship to deal with a top-of-the-line threat to yours, yeah? I'd say
Right.
it's fun.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, I'm giving some advice. Where might be a little crew heading?
We'll be rendezvousing at Camp Dragonhead with the others, and then we'll be heading westward into the region of Royale.
I see. You're looking into the accumulation of Aether, are you?
Indeed we are.
Boy, Major's been talking about that. It's been driving him nuts for near on a year and a half at this point. I keep wanting to send investigators. They tried sneaking 2 up there at some point, but got sitting back lickety-split. Voriel don't like strangers, especially military line strangers.
Indeed. That's what I had heard from the Seedseers as well, which is why an independent group like ours is doing it instead.
And turns, he looks at Kato and he goes, "You!
Yes.
I'll recognize a man from Albatha's spine when I see it. You know the landscape well enough?
Aye.
You know it well enough to be a guide through the entire region.
Probably not the entire region, but
Because I will tell you this much. You're not gonna fly an airship through all of Oriel and come out unscathed. And you sure as hell ain't gonna land one in the mountains.
yeah.
We are working on getting clearance for passing through Borealian airspace.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. You're not really affiliated with anybody. I'm sure they'd let you in. I'm letting you know the landing conditions suck. The weather sucks. The light sucks. And more than anything else, the wildlife sucks. So I'm going to ask you, have you ever tried to land an aircraft in pitch black darkness with 70 mile per hour wind, with 70 mile per bell wind blowing through you like knives because of the cold, while trying to land on a space about the size of a bed?
I've only landed an airship once.
Then can I make a suggestion?
Go for it.
Land in Vorio and take a guide with you. Or hire one. Because you're probably going to be walking.
That was the plan. I think.
Well, The other piece of advice for you is you got 3 options when it comes to guides.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this one might excite the Ellison lady a little bit. 1, Ishgardians and Vorilians are on well enough terms, so if you know anybody in Ishgard who's willing to take the ride with you, they could probably show you through the mountains. You could convince a Varillian that knows well enough about the area to do it. Or, and good luck with this one, you can convince a Gervanian to do it.
Well, we do know a group of Varillians, so
It will be interesting to see who comes to the call.
Indeed, will be. So, Ara, it was Yedrin, wasn't it?
Yes.
What's your role in all this?
My
Muscle enough to ride an airship.
What?
yes, she is the muscle. You heard right.
And he goes, no, I'm not saying what to that. I'm saying what to ride an airship. What?
No, that part is quite accurate as well.
Oh yeah, we cast a few spells on her, and she was able to turn it right side up.
We found the Enterprise on its side. She just smiled.
He pulls out a cigarette and very calmly lights it and inhales. Interesting. Well, I won't hold you all anymore.
We've learned not to question it.
There's a lot of things that I don't question anymore.
Good.
I believe that I was the one that helped Dequa coin the phrase magic bullshit.
Yeah.
So, you're all free to go. Enjoy your ride. A right bit smoother than our balloons.
Roger. Woods will be done. Theon salutes and carries on into the landing.
She taps. He stops and he taps me on the shoulder before she goes.
Yes.
So how's my little sweet Popoto doing? She hadn't come and visited and talked to me in a while.
She's doing well enough.
She finally
Wow.
popped the question for that damn boy yet?
The two are working on it, let's just say that.
White or red?
Red.
Would have sworn she would have gone after white, but alright. How's my boy doing, by the way?
He's getting along in his life.
Good. Those two deserve happy. Shit we've seen.
They certainly do.
He kind of exhales a little bit, and he says, I'm working on getting Dequa reinstated, or at least getting a sliver of her fucking back pay to her. It's a pain in the ass. Her little friend didn't fucking help.
Yes. If you need a corroborating word, I'd glad to assist.
She'd do this favor for him. I'm sure they'd kiss her ass 7 ways to Sunday. I'd be more than happy to give her at least a fourth of it. Or something. I don't know.
Well, once this is done, perhaps I can come by Anon and negotiate it.
I think if anybody's going to have to come and negotiate, she'd have to come and negotiate it for herself. At least she has an understanding of what the pay scale is.
This is true. I'm merely her retainer.
He also
Anyway.
says, by the way, based from your accent, I can very much tell that you're from Ishgard, so this will make a whole lot of sense to you. Our military is about as exclusive as your city.
I've served my terms here. Make no question of it. She carries on.
Well, like I said, enjoy. If you need anything, holler. Oh, and you, big man.
Yes.
You take care, too. Don't get to
I'll
see too
do
many
my
rows
best.
in these parts, so it's always
Yeah.
good to see one of our own.
Just waves as he climbs onto the airship.
Waits till Kato's out of earshot, waits for Fionn and Yedrin to get away, and he goes, God damn, I miss them brats. He walks away.
Oh, so once we're actually into the airship and stuff, all I gotta say is, Yajuni says, okay, so where am I sitting so I'm not in the way?
Yedrin, roll a what?
Yedrin,
Roll a perception.
Yedrin, so long as you keep your axe small, it's quite alright.
37, huh? Yedrin, you walk into the back. There is a very comfortable looking bed back there. It's about fuck it. It's about the size of a Wyoming king. If you have any frame of reference for how big that is.
I can guess it's very big.
It's about 84 inches by 84 inches.
Yeah, that's big. You know what? I think I see us come to a spot. I'll just be out of the way. You guys are on the flying. If we end up for some reason needing to try and repel something, call me. I have no idea what I'm going to do now. Unless one of you have, like, fly.
Okay.
Fionn checks her grimoire. Excuse me for a moment. He disembarks and goes off to Salal's shop.
I take it she goes and buys a copy of Fly.
Yeah.
Let's see here. How much would that cost? You're just buying a scroll of Fly, right?
She was probably just going to buy access to scribe the spell directly, so.
That's essentially what you're buying when you buy those spells. You're buying the scroll and you're transcribing it. And Echo, honey, your butt does not belong in front of my screen.
Yes, it do.
Nonsense.
Her butt belongs wherever she wants it to. She's a cat.
Her butt belongs to the world.
So that'd be 375.
Really? I thought it'd be more expensive than that.
Nope, it's a 3rd level spell, so. And I'm caster level 5. Times 25.
I've got basing off sorcerer, I've got 450 or 375. So yeah, sure, whatever. So let's just say 400 to make it even, because I'm not sure what I would classify you as between the two.
I mean, it's the same scroll either way, just compared to a different caster level.
Yeah,
So it depends on who's scribing it more than who's buying it.
that would be Sulao, and Sulao is the same class as you. So
Okay.
yeah, there you go. Hey, 400 gil.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Kato is making preparations.
So Cheer turns, prepares her spells, and gives the all clear.
Okay. So, do you just all start disembarking?
Taking off, yes.
Alright, Kato. All eyes on you, buddy boy. Engineering check.
I was gonna say, did you make sure to talk to the engineers first?
I've got my goggles. I know exactly how to work it now, basically.
I'm eating another. Fuck!
God damn, I rolled a 2.
Oh, slowly for the one.
Oh no, please don't break our new airship. Before we even got out of town.
Shit, you haven't even made the payments on it yet.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think that was I thought that was part of the reason why we weren't claiming it as our own permanently.
Oh, okay. Kato, with a 16 and having flown the ship before, and with Fiona aiding you,
Quote unquote.
quote unquote, you at least know enough of what you're doing to get it up and to fly away from the area, but it's a rocky leaving. And you kind of forget to do a few things. Namely, you forget to hail the control tower, who begin screeching at you incessantly over the comms. Enterprise, this is Air Controller 321 with the Twin Adders. Enterprise, please come in. What are you doing? Oh, Lord, that's... No. Adjust your course, Enterprise! Adjust your course! Mid-air collision imminent. Adjust your course.
Cut out!
I'm doing the best I can!
Do better!
Works, you're not
You're
there.
not there, work, shut up!
The works in your head.
Believe in the works that believes in you.
Too bad he doesn't.
Alright, God.
I feel like that Dakota would done better than this.
Alright, Kato. Roll a fly check.
Oh shit.
Things you don't hear your pilot say, volume 2.
No!
Remember your skills, Kato! Remember your abilities!
Yeah, we're gonna re-roll that.
Oh my.
Much better.
I'm eating another!
Kato's not on the roll anymore. What the fuck, people? You had one job.
The thing
Okay.
is, flies not really a player skill, and it's only really meant for when you actually have wings. I think a lot of others. I think it's usually not even.
I did not make the DC on this very high, like at all.
Don't mind me, I'm curious. Wahahaha.
Oh no.
Okay. So, Kano, like in his panic, throttles the engine, and it starts to go flying forward. You start hearing, "Mayday! He's like, "Ah, pull thread!" And he slows it down, but he's still on the collision course, and you just hear, Enterprise, adjust your and you just suddenly hear like another voice over the intercoms go, "Fucking newbie pilot!" And the next thing you see is the airship that you were about to run into just plummets, and you fly right over it, and then it goes back up, and it goes, "Go back to school!"
Bitch, I didn't even start!
Oh shit, why?
Fion puts her hand over the mic.
You what?
Someone at Camp Dragonhead.
You what, mate?
Regardless, you start flying. It takes you only about 2.5 hours to get to Dragonhead. So, Kato, roll an engineering check to land. You spend the better part of an hour, by the way, getting bitched out by both a pilot and an air traffic controller.
Adding another.
I mean, it's the same roll regardless, so, Fiona, I can honestly say that you that you took control of the flight.
My rolls are just crap tonight.
Alright, that was hilarious.
Comedy of errors!
I don't know about comedy.
It's funny for everybody else.
Just not the people on the other airship.
All I can picture for some reason after all that is like the agent making up, and it's like in the middle of a crashed airship, and it's like,
This is fine.
Simon, this is fine. It's like, this is about right.
Yeah, I kind of expected this.
Kato bullshit.
Excuse me.
No, that was
No.
kind of talking about Yejin.
No, if something's on fire, it's Rowan bullshit.
Hey, Rowan's not there.
I don't give a shit.
Kind of hard for me to blow something up all the way from Corsus. Thank you very much. Maybe one day.
I don't know. You'd be surprised at the range on Fireball.
So why are you in fireball range?
Okay,
Talking a
so,
lot of times with someone in fireball range.
Kato. Oh,
Yes.
that is not what I wanted. Kato, you managed to land in Corthus without much issue, coming down on a small strip outside of Dragonhead. The rest of the party has already arrived. They've been waiting on you. However, as you're landing, you are again hailed, and you hear several voices, and you hear pointedly from the first one, it says, "Enterprise, this is air traffic control from Praetorium. Oh, is your heading over?"
Huh?
This is the Enterprise. We are heading. We have landed and are due to head west-northwest after we take off again.
Thank you, Enterprise, for the update. We will keep this in mind. There are no ships, to our knowledge, heading in that direction. Fly safely. Over.
Thank you very much. Over now. Theon goes to disembark and shaking her head all the while just mutters, "We are definitely hiring a proper pilot."
So,
Okay, you're paying for it.
with
I am.
with all that said and done, Rowan, you are the
Yes.
only person not visible to everybody else. You are currently in the tower with Colby. What are you saying to him?
So I will have first politely asked to come in instead of just going into his tower.
I was making the assumption that he'd already said yes
I
and was very welcoming. Though he did shut the door like immediately behind him as soon as he let you in.
So it seems like I'm bothering you yet again.
I don't really hang on. I don't really consider this much of a bother at all. Rowan, you do, as well as Hoshafont, are welcome into my quarters at any time. Your family, even if he is only your cousin, have been nothing but exceptional to me, and ever since the wood.
Well, with that in mind, I have a few questions for you in regards to your home. And I
go
prefer
ahead.
to sit by. We've had rumblings of there are etherical issues in your area that are threatening a mass destruction. The elementals are not very happy. We can't figure out where it is. Stop it. Your entire your home is in grave danger. With that in mind, I've come to ask you a few things.
Well, that is certainly one way to parse a question. How can I help?
Well, I figured if I led with the gravity of it, as I did not do with I wasn't with our previous conversations, trying to see that I actually have a understanding of what I'm going to be asking. So, first things first. We're planning on flying an airship up to Vorio. Would we need permission to land? Who would we speak to? How would information up there?
Oh, well, Boreal does have its own standing navy, for the lack of a better word. So they would more than likely contact you as you arrived. Seeing as, well, what does your airship look like?
It's the Enterprise. So I guess you would say it's kind of a little bit Garlean in design, but not really, as it was designed by a former Garlean member.
Oh,
We salvaged Sid's ship, and we repaired it to use it for this venture.
have you thought about maybe flying to Charlet?
Well, if that would be something that would be... Alright, so now if we were to fly into Charlotte, how far away Charlotte would it be for us to get to Varil?
Colby kind of like looks over to a map and he goes, okay. He points this. Here are the ruins of Charlian. And he points. 1 second. Says, they're about over here. Voreal is way up here. Essentially, you're looking at crossing the entirety of Alabath's spine, but along the coastline. More or less be about the same distance as traveling from Ishgard to Boreal.
And that trek, how much of that trek is
How much of it is safe, flyable, walkable?
viable? Would we be able to get a guide? Would you maybe want to come along? Bro just like looks up at him and strolling hair. Would you maybe want?
As much as I would love to, I have a duty to the people of Camp Dragonhead that I cannot breach. I do know an individual in Boreal who'd probably be more than happy to guide you all.
That would be provided we make it from Charlene.
Right, her name is Gertrude Hellholm.
Gertrude Hellholm.
Knowing her and her family, she would know the entirety of that region like the back of her hand. Though honestly, Ishgard has been allowed to go through there, so you might have better luck getting an Ishgardian to lead you. It all depends. And provided your relationship with them, a dragon obviously would probably be the easiest. I mean, getting creatures who can fly naturally to just take you where you want to go probably a lot easier than flying a ship.
If I tell you something, will you keep it a secret from my cousin? I'm ready to share.
Colby looks up and he sighs very softly and he goes, Aurelian is bound by their word. We don't share secrets lightly.
Oh.
Additionally, I'm assuming, and forgive the intensity of this statement, but I'm assuming it has something to do with your blood.
It has. So, over the course of my travels we've discovered that
You're breaking up real bad.
Oh, motherfucker. That probably came through perfectly clear. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that did.
Every time I swear, it comes through without a problem. Alright, give me 1 second.
Clearly, she should just start lacing her words with profanities. Straight up, talk like a sailor.
Heck yeah.
Also, Fiona, I mean, like, you met, like, one of the Heavens Ward in, like, session 10.
True.
So we have found out that there is dragon blood in me.
Mm-hmm.
I've come across 2 dragons in our travels. A solar dragon. And another one that we found in the mountains where we recovered the Enterprise. As well as during an event with a fire primal, but that we defeated with their help, Ifrit. And I was gifted something.
Okay.
With that, Rowan reaches down and the baby comes out.
Colby looks at it, nods, and goes, alright. Neat.
Neat. So, from my understanding, And what I've found so far, which is another reason why I wanted to kind of go up to Viril, was that this dragon is a solar dragon.
Mm-hmm.
This dragon was an ancient dragon in the sky who chose to save me and be reborn and basically be kin. The white dragon that I met in the mountains said that I smelled of them. I wanted to find out more information, and I knew the best place to find it would be to go to where the dragons are.
He kind of looks at it and he says, yes, it does smell very spicy. As do you, to be honest.
Say what?
He says, as do you.
No, say that first part before. Did something about spicy.
He says you both smell very spicy.
Well, I've always had a bit of a smoky scent. Go figure. The white dragon in the mountains, and for some reason I can't, out of character, I really can't remember his name.
That's why I keep my notebook in front of me. You met him after Amphidoor, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was on the, we met him on the airship.
Might have been before. Or at least I might have written those notes beforehand. Fionn, you wouldn't happen to have written that down, would you?
Hmm?
The name of the second brood dragon. Because I might have left that shit in my other notebook. Which I've got to stop doing.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
Why is it not going in?
Discord's been a little weird.
I'll find it later.
Okay, so I was trying to send something to cart, but this cart.
Yeah, it's erroring.
Okay, so I don't know why I would even expect to assume anything. I mean, there's no way we're gonna find a dragon and say, "We'll fly you there." Although this would affect their home as well.
And it goes, well, there are the, there is the brood in Dravania that aren't exactly prone to attacking Spoken. So you may look into them if you so desire.
Now, if we land in Charlotte, we'll not to Devon where we could do that path.
And you just gotta walk through the ruins.
You know of Tart, our Lala, I know this is Makote. How dangerous does the weather get? How cold will it get?
Depends on how far north you go.
When Fionn gets here with the rest of our group, I'm not sure if you've met her, but when Fionn gets here, she has marked most of the. She has marked on her map several locations of where the of where the etherical issues are occurring.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like you to join us and take a look at that so that we can plot a safe a journey as we can from Charlotte through Javania up into Varil.
Okay.
If we can cross the horde,
I can join you for that at the very least.
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
On our there toward, if we do decide to land up in Charlotte, there's no land-air missiles we have to worry about, kind of thing.
It's ruins. There's nothing there to bother you. Boreal doesn't have technology that advanced. One or two, maybe three of our archmages may have the capability to, I don't know, make the weather that much more intense, but I don't think that they would bother you too much.
Is there any way to send word? No, because I mean, we'd probably get there faster than the word would get there. Unless you have a means of messaging that don't involve Mughals.
What message do you want sent?
Just to let them know that we're coming. So if anybody does see us, they don't try to shoot us down. And that we're there to help them and not... It's not a Garlean.
He says, alright. And he makes a few hand signs. Then you watch as his eyes turn completely black and roll up. His skin turns even paler, and you see a few drops of blood roll out from the sockets. And then everything turns back to normal, and he says, "Done."
Rowan has immediately grabbed tissues and or something to bring it over to him. What the heck was that?
Well, racial proclivity for hive minding, I believe is what you all call it. It's not well developed and it hurts us to a degree, but it's very convenient.
I think link shells might be a better way to go.
Link shells don't work in Burial.
Okay. As she's dabbing away at the blood rolling down.
He goes, likewise, these are more private to begin with, but the aether in Voril is so cold, it freezes ethereal messages that aren't sent in such a manner.
Understood.
So, I guess that sort of answers the question of how cold does it get in Voril?
Yeah. So we'll have to make sure that we keep our little tart as bundled up as possible.
Indeed.
So they should, depending on what everybody's doing. I mean, they'll probably be here within the next few hours. What say we go and have a nice cup of tea while we wait?
Bring it here, I would very much appreciate it. It points to the fact that, like, you can see where he's made little etches in the wall where light can come through, and it only hits a certain area in like a makeshift sundial. Not.
Oh, Rowan gasped. Oh, I forgot what it was. Yes, I will get a tea and a snack.
Thank you.
And then Rowan pops out to go get tea, comes back, and they're enjoying a snack, I guess, while we're waiting for Kato to crash land into...
Okay. So then, you all show up. Rowan is more or less waiting outside the tower to invite you all in, because it's kind of hard not to hear an airship landing. Hoshafont, however, greets everyone first. He says, "Oh, hello, everybody. What do I owe the absolute pleasure of the Agents of Mayhem joining us today?"
Don't you think I would have told my cousin?
Did you?
Oh no, I think I just went straight to. Okay, so I see Hershafont come out. Again, and I'm gonna go hop up behind.
He goes, "Cousin, when did you get here? Or did you leave?"
I left, and then I came back. I've been here for a couple of hours. I had to discuss some Colby.
Huh. And he winks at you. Discussions. Yeah, he is quite a catch.
Cousin, have you met the boyfriend? And she points over. I'm assuming that Works is there now too, right?
I'd say that they're far enough away that he had to shout at them, so they probably can't hear your conversation.
So I point over to where Works is.
Question.
Yes.
Does Works have a photo under his arm?
Does he have what?
Did he
Up
take
above.
Telkia?
I'm assuming no.
I was going to.
Oh, you were gonna kidnap the potato?
No, I thought we were just like it's like just picks Telkia out on her arms. Like, come on, we have things to go punch. Yay!
Field trip!
The question is, if you did that, I think you'd have to carry Gawain with you too.
And Percy would be right behind.
You'd probably have,
Just bringing
you'd probably
everybody.
have like the entirety of the Suns at that point. It's like, where are you taking our lovable idiot?
Just
Well,
like ducklings.
Starting with this one, but then Gawain had to come, so now we're all here. It's a lot.
They probably would have kept going back, so.
Where are you going with our lovable idiot? Kato just pushes Lancelot further behind him. I don't know what you're
Can't take
talking
him back.
about.
Can't take him back. Nope.
Mine
Smells
now.
like us now.
One of us. One of us.
Anyway, Hoshafont looks at Works. He looks at you and he says, "Well, I mean, polyamory is not really frowned upon in Ishgard, so more power to you."
Eh.
My cousin. I haven't done that in years. Two to be exact.
He laughs and he goes, "No time like the present."
Any road.
And he just like pats you. He pats your back and he's like, "Your decision, your life, and honestly, both are attractive."
I'm not denying that, but he elbows him. Shush.
Yes.
Well met, Sir Hotfun.
Besides, there's this
We
really
have
hot-
come on behalf of the Twin Adders to investigate a matter regarding the elementals out in Vorio.
He takes a very curt bow. Not a curt bow, he takes a very polite bow. And he says,
Young
Welcome.
curtsies.
"Welcome to you, Lady Fionn Elisoire, or should I call you the Wolf Scholar? You are most welcome into our humble abode."
Is that what they're calling me now?
Indeed,
We shouldn't mention that.
indeed. And let's see, he points at Dak. The Fairy Queen is here as well.
The what?
They have dubbed you the Fairy Queen. Or Queen of the Fairies, whichever you prefer.
Okay, that's better than Decapitator, but I think some Fae might have issue with that.
Shrugs.
Either way.
Let's see. Kato. Hellstrom. And I believe you were the Sleeping Star. Last I checked.
To be fair, that sounds about right.
Yedrin, you are still the dragon of the sea.
That's not going to get taken away at this point, I think.
And then Rowan here has become the Wrath of the Dragon. So, 3 dragons. Who would have thought it?
Ah, an Ishgardian with a dragon nickname. Uh-huh.
Well, when you tend to throw fire around.
He has you there.
I mean, we used to call Sharbert the angry dragon. Pissed him off to no end.
Young plays the
Now then, how may I be of service to you all, my most esteemed guests?
Well, for one, it's possible we could hire someone trained in the piloting of airships from your knights.
For my knights, no, but Ishgard has plenty. I can send a letter and have you all receive entry, which they would be most happy to grant all of you entry.
That would be most wonderful, thank you.
Otherwise, I'm more than happy to provide lodging for the evening if that is what you require. I know that my dear cousin said that you all wish to talk to the Varillian who is staying with us.
If that'd be alright.
I have no problems with it, and he seems more than eager to speak with you all. He's been speaking with my cousin for the entirety of the day so far.
Theo, the maps. Do you have the maps with you where you mark the what the location?
I do indeed. Jan turns them over.
So there's been quite an interesting discussion with Colby, to the point where he suggests that we not head the airship to Varil, mainly because of partially because of the design of the ship, but suggests that our best entry would be to land near the ruins here in Charlayan and travel up through the Devanya area.
Fionn cocks her head, somewhat questioningly, but nods. All right, I suppose we can do that.
Hasherfont says, if I may interject with that, I can explain why he would say that.
Please.
The Varulians and the Garleans are some of the most hated enemies, even among the non-Imperial Garleans here. They more or less were the first individuals to actually fight war with the Garleans in Eorzea. In fact, according to Varillian and Garlean history that we have seen, those two have been at war with each other for 300 years prior to the current Garlean Empire.
Oh.
It's
That's what.
partially one of the reasons why there's such animosity between them. Likewise, why many call many Garleans call Eorzean savages because they think we're all Varillians.
And that's part of why I wanted to. I wasn't sure about taking an airship. I remember hearing that the last time we were around here.
Very well, I'm also going to bring the airship so we could scout the point of etheric influx from the air before we settled in.
It says, depending on where that is, that might not be possible anyway, because of the thick cloud cover that's almost constantly within the area. Not to mention having to go through the sea of clouds for it anyway. I'm sure you all know what happens when you dip down into the sea of clouds, correct?
Fionn nods grimly.
Yes. Even a Varillian won't do something like that, and they are well equipped for the cold. So, the airship will be able to, from what I've seen of your airship and the design of it, it would keep you safe from the cold of the clouds, but how well can you see out of it, is the question.
That's a good question. Hello, Fiona? Yedrin?
In this case, Ron, are you saying something? Because I'm only getting like tiny bits and pieces.
I was just saying, cousin.
Yes.
One other suggestion that Colby made was, since many of the Ishgardians now have a pretty good understanding of Variel,
Mhm.
that we think about. He did mention the name of a guide that we could get from Variel, but we'd have to get there first.
Yes.
Did mention that there are a few Ishgardians that are very well versed, and we might be able to hire them as a guide.
Actually, cousin, if I may say so myself on this matter. And excuse me a moment while I look up a name.
Persephone grabs his Rolodex.
He goes, I was actually looking up how to pronounce it.
I'm just teasing you.
Hey, if I may say so about this, I'm sure any of the high houses would be more than willing to lend you one of their guides to the area, as they have sent individuals on various scouting expeditions through the areas and for cultural exchanges through Voriel herself. In fact, my brother and your cousin, Artoriel de Fortims, was stationed in Voriel for about the last 3 years. He's only recently come back and became quite the ardent swordsman as a result. From my understanding, he also has taken Eminel's hand, Honorant, through several of those expeditions, so Honorant may be able to function as a guide as well.
Rowan just takes a sigh. So it looks like I might have to man up and do that trip a lot sooner than I thought, huh?
It's whatever you prefer doing. I mean, if you want to try to convince the Varillians to let you through an Agarlian ship, that is completely up to you.
I would rather not chance us being blown up since Kato's driving. And that's not a chance.
No, he isn't.
Rude.
You nearly crashed us.
He what?
He kind of launched without going through the pre-flight checklist. And nearly crashed into another airship.
Hey, it's their fault for letting us go without checking to know if we knew what to do.
Kato, when and if we get back, I'm going to take you to Gridania, and I'm buying you an engineering book.
That wasn't the issue.
I don't care.
Just modest qualities to yourself. And
Flying
that's why
book.
you talk to the engineers beforehand.
Yeah, I definitely think it would behoove us to get a pilot from Ishgard. So, cousin, it's time for me to go home.
Very well. Well, you all don't really need an introduction. I'm sure if you show up at the gate, they'll be more than happy to let you in. You are well known and well liked. Also, regarding that, Dacroix,
Yes.
If I might ask, where is the, oh, what did they call him? Ah, yes.
Either Danger Noodle or Soul Eater.
No, it's kind of an embarrassing name, but where is the Silver Fox?
Who's the Silver Fox?
Where's your other companion? How's that?
She looks very confused. It's like, not exactly sure who you're talking about.
White-haired individual, Makote, fought alongside of you all in
Oh!
Dirt versus Ifrit.
He's
He rubs her temples.
He's busy. Silver Fox? What? She's mumbling to herself.
Yeah. I'm sure he's not going to enjoy that one.
No, I don't think he will.
He's most certainly going to take issue with it.
There's app description, though.
I mean, I suppose.
I mean, they are calling him a fox. Can't be too upset.
But yes, he has other business.
Very well. I thought for sure that he was attached to you all at the hip. But I suppose not.
Also, this isn't the right sort of mission for him.
Understood. Do you all have any other requirements for me? Shall I go fetch some tea and let you speak with Colby some more? Or are you all heading to Ishgard now?
I suggest that we speak with Colby first,
Yes, Kobe first.
and then head to Ishgard.
If it's alright, Sir Hodgefon, could I take a moment of your time while the others discuss the matter?
How may I help you, oh dear Wolfskuller?
I wish to discuss a possible fundraising effort for the Foundation of Ishgard after the recent attacks.
He just looks at you and he says, do go on. I'm sure not only myself and many of the men in Camp Dragonhead, but I don't know, possibly the entirety of House Four Temps will be behind you for that.
Indeed. And I would love to discuss the matter with you, but, you know, while the others are doing their thing.
If that's the case, might we take your maps with us while you have that discussion?
Yeah. She passes it over. All the notes are bundled in.
Rowan takes the maps and she looks at her Shabbat and she goes, perhaps cousin, a letter. If you could just send word. No, I'll just go. I will. No, never mind. She motions. Let's go up to the tower. Colby is waiting for us.
All right.
And he just kind of says, very well then. You all have leave. I don't really have any control over you. Lady Fiona, would you like to head inside, maybe have a beverage while we discuss this?
Oh, that would be an honor, thank you.
Thank you, Harshafont.
You're very welcome. And they walks off with Fiona while the rest of you head over to Colby.
Yes, just let Rowan lead the way.
Okay. Head up to his tower. Knock on his door.
He lets everybody in, and as you all walk inside, he looks around and he says, Oh, I see I have more visitors. Do come in, sit down. I don't know if I have seats enough for all of you.
That's okay. I can stand.
He thinks about that for a moment. He goes, "No." He
I don't
snaps his
think
fingers and he conjures a few extra seats.
I don't think she can sit right now.
He looks at
Dex
you and he's
actually
like,
really bundled up.
he's like, "What?"
Dex really bundled up. Think small child just in a big old snowsuit.
Ralphie's brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Thank God it was that. I was thinking something else.
regardless, he does conjure seats for everybody.
And Dex sits to the best of her ability.
Straight-legged.
A little bit, yeah.
Says, regardless, what can I do for you all at this point?
So, Rowan gets up and goes over to the table, and she unfurls the map. This is the map with the calculations that I was referring to. That I wanted you to take a look at for me.
And he kind of looks down at it and he examines it relatively closely and he says, "Okay. Based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like you all are heading into the neck of the Hydra.
Okay.
He says, by the looks of it, you're probably heading around here, so about halfway between Charlet and Boreal. I know that path decently well, and I will tell you that you obviously need a guide to get through it. It's narrow, it's treacherous, it's dark, and, well, full of ugly, nasty things."
When you say ugly, nasty things, exactly what kind of ugly, nasty things are we talking about?
Oh, 6 to 12-legged wolf bears that we call Vorschleiters. Roughly the size of what I believe you Eorzeans or is it the Domans, one or the other, call elephants. Dragons of all shapes and sizes, void scent of varying capacities of depravity and death dealing, twisted, insane humanoids that have lost all semblance of sanity and, well, resemblance to humanity from countless years of, well, undeath and decay, lack of light.
Oh, pleasure cruise. Great.
Well, those are very interesting creatures.
That's not what I wanted, but good to know that's up there.
Let me ask you this question then. We had discussed different places of where to get a guide from. Would an Ishgardian guide still be a good option, or would it be best to get Gertrude?
Provided that they've walked the path before, I would say that they would be no different. Gertrude is obviously the best in this matter, but it all depends on how fast you want to get there. Obviously, going to Ishgard is faster than going to Boreal.
Rowan looks over at the group and says, well,
Whatever gets us there the fastest and the safest would be best.
I'm letting the people who know the area better make the decision there.
I know almost nothing of the North, so
It's cold and it's dark. It's probably about all you need to know.
that's probably about all I know is the cold.
He looks at Dak and he says, best way I can say for the dark is, have you ever stuck your face into the fur of a black cat?
Yes, I can say I've done that.
That's essentially what it looks like. About 6 to 8 months out of the year.
Oh, well, I have a spell or two I need to make sure I keep on hand then.
Lucky for you, you're actually heading into our summer season.
Really?
Yes.
So, summer, how long will the sun? How many hours of sunlight would we have?
Well, typically 8.
Hmm. Well, that's a lot. That's a lot of dark. Not a whole lot of light. Sorry, brain.
Not sure how many light spells we may want to use, however. Depending on the time of day would we want, and all the interesting creatures we may face, would we want to use dancing lights or anything?
That is fair.
He thinks about it and he goes, well, you're also lucky that it won't be as cold. He kind of like puts his hand up and he's like feeling the temperature around. Maybe 40 or 50 degrees colder than here.
I'm probably about as warm as I could get right now, so I'm fine. Well,
So from the sounds of it, we're gonna want to get the pilot and guide from Ishgard and then go up to Chalet, and then if we got a guide can take the trek and go from there to avoid complications with the airship.
how long would that take?
Colby thinks about it and he says, well, if you fly directly to Charlet and land on the opposite side of the river toward the Blood Brine, you're looking at probably about half a day to a day's flight. From there, mostly because I'm including the time that you have to walk to Ishgard, get all that squared away, come back, and then fly.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the weather. Then you're probably looking at about a 2 to 3 day trek.
Okay.
What are the chances of the rest of your party that was here possibly joining us in this endeavor?
They have long since returned to Warrior.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Probably slim to none. The big Elizin, I'm sure you all remember him, answers to no one but the king, to be perfectly honest, and his pack lord. The woman that I was with happens to be a very high-ranking member of my own clan, and she is much the same way. The Dreadnoughts only came under direct orders, and they don't deal with outsiders very well. Period. The Berserkers, you don't want the Berserkers around.
I can imagine not.
So, really, no hope at all unless you want to risk one of them, for the lack of a better word, turning your face to paste.
Was just a question.
And I
I
meant no insult. I was just explaining.
I like my face. I'm good.
He nods very slowly. He goes, Berserkers have a problem controlling themselves, as their names would suggest.
Hmm.
Get them into a battle high, and then just as likely to turn their blades on you. Anything else?
It's not a whole lot I can think of, honestly.
All right. Then I guess we should probably think about heading to Ishgard.
Well, that seems to be our primary option, and
All right. Well,
and
is everybody in agreement there?
Yeah.
Yep.
it's going against.
No.
All right, then we will flip over to Fiona.
Oh, I just sent a message explaining TLDR of what that was about.
Oh, so just for a side
Okay.
for a second. Hey, Walks, you there?
I'm still here.
Okay, you just been really quiet.
Just haven't had much to say.
Aww.
Echo's been louder than you have late today.
That's her name. Anywho, with all that done and Fiona having her conversation, you all reconvene and tell her what's happening.
Alright, so that's our flight plan, is it?
Yeah,
I think
seems so.
I'm going to Ishgard again.
Oh,
This is gonna be an interesting trip already.
I just hope everything goes well.
So how do you all get to Ishgard?
What else? Chocobos.
Hoshivant
Sorry.
kind of like scratches his face. He goes, normally I would offer you chocobos, but kind of don't have them. We do have something else if you would like to ride them.
Oh?
He,
I admit I'm rather surprised.
he points.
Do you have?
He points over, and there's a bunch of of the woolly crocodiles lined up with saddles on the back of them.
Gillen covers her mouth. Sounds a tough Ishgard indeed.
I could probably ride with someone. I'm just trying to think of how big those things are.
They could fit two of Kato.
Yeah.
I suppose if you can vouch for their temperament, then it's worth a shot.
I very much can. Most of them are very calm. He kind of looks down. We kind of fed them chocobo.
Oh,
Poor Chocobo.
To be completely fair, it was already dead. No, we just we go hunting for Auroch and the like every now and then, and toss them some of it, and they've been rather fine with the domestication process. It's not that far of a walk. I would say probably about a bell's worth, or you can take the ride. It's up to you.
Is everyone content with riding? Or would you rather walk?
Yeah.
I'm fine either way.
I'm fine with riding.
Sure.
Alright, then I suppose we'll be riding.
Alright, then. Well, you all are free to mount up whenever. They will let anyone mount up. They will. Essentially, all you have to do when you get to Ishgard is tell them to throw them a little bit of meat and everything will be alright.
Alright.
I hate to admit this, but they are a tad bit more battle capable than our chocobos.
That makes sense, yeah.
And he makes a motion and like clamps his teeth down.
Yes.
Safe journeys to you all. Do you want us to do anything about the airship while you're gone?
Don't let anyone on it? That's...
He kind of looks at it and he goes, okay.
If it's a problem where it is, feel free to move it.
Oh, no, it's no problem. I was like, did you want it washed? Did you want us to, I don't know, go in and dust? Or, I don't have any fuel
it's quite
or
all right.
anything like that, but we can at least show some hospitality.
It's quite alright, it's newly refurbished.
Very well. And they helps you get up on the woolly gators and sends you off. It takes you about half a bell to ride over there. Dak and Fionn see you together. Yedrin and Kato works, and Rowan.
Telkia.
Telkia is not there.
Aww.
Oh, he isn't?
I want to
You
bring
ditched
the rest
him.
of. I want to bring the rest of potato.
No.
No wrestling potato for you.
Well, fine.
Not
With a wrestling potato, I'll take my own.
not to be a dick, but Fiona's there. I'm not gonna have a person playing two characters as player characters in a situation.
Okay.
Sorry, Fiona.
No, it's quite alright.
I will allow it in Opernaeus. That's it.
No, that's fine.
Because it's much more manageable there. Regardless, you hit the gate of Ishgard and you see the guards like looking at the gators coming up. They're like, what the f-? And they see people on top of them. They go, just raise eyebrows, and they like slowly look at each other. And they go, oh. And there's this moment of quiet and a flash of recognition passes over their faces, and they go,
Hail from Camp Dragonhead.
are you fucking shitting me right now?
Come again.
I was rather surprised too.
The
But-
bloody wolf scholar!
It's what we were given. Oh.
He goes,
Yes, that's that.
he goes, hi! Into the Platinum Dragon!
Works just
The,
gives a wave.
he's like, and that's the Dragon of the Sea. So, that must be the Sleeping Star. And the Fairy Queen. Queen of the Fairies. Yeah, whatever.
It's the first I've heard of it, so don't worry about it.
And he goes, that's the Wrath of the Bloody Dragon! Holy shit! You're looking for entry?
Yes.
Oh, fuck it, let him in! Take the damn beasts off of him. They basically, like, start tossing, like, hunks of meat at the gators. It was... I don't know how the hell they figured out these gated things over at Camp Dragonhead. God damn. Keep them away from the chocobos. Here's... Alright, you lot. Go right in. Gate's open for you. The guy's like... Wait. Before you go... It would make my day and my mates' days if you would be so kind. He looks around. He pulls out like a conjoined flag of all of your symbols together. Could you all sign this for me?
Works is trying to hide the shit-eating grin he has on his face right now.
Theon produces an ink bottle and quill.
Well, I guess that's a yes.
He goes, and he like looks around for somewhere to put it down, and he like turns around, he puts it on his back like a cape.
Oh my goodness.
Oh god.
Theon signs her flag and passes it on. Yes, our reputation precedes us.
Works puts a signature on his part of the flag.
Well, it's... Have you guys ever seen like the World of Warcraft combined flag for like the Horde United, like with the undead and the trolls and the orcs and all that, like put together? Like the Alliance one?
I've never played. No.
It's like pieces of ours are all put together
Yeah.
to make one big flag.
So Rowan steps up to sign it, and she asks, if I may, when we enter Ishgard, what's the most direct route to the House of Portomps?
He goes, oh, well, you probably need to head over to the conviction area first. And then there's suddenly a call from the other side of the gate. Guardsmen! We'll take care of it once they're through. And he goes, oh! He like thinks about it and he's like, oh, very well, my lords.
I was gonna say, just rolls with the whole signing thing, because... No, he can't do this.
Yedrin's signature is just an X.
It's like...
It's probably always chicken scratch as my usual rating would be.
Considering Strong Zala, like, probably, like, went through the flag and the guy's armor and, like, gave him a tattoo.
Depending on how much you like Yedrin.
I was gonna say, I don't think this goes that far.
Deck's got like a really flowery looking signature. It's actually legible and everything. It's cursive.
As is Rowan's. Rowan's is...
Kato, do you sign it?
Yeah, this is not
Just a
awful.
bunch of
But
Z's.
shut up.
No.
Not awful, but it's not great looking either.
Okay.
Theon's is a very practiced calligraphy.
Okay.
Very neat.
Show off.
Works is like you can make it the W and the X at the end.
After he's like got it signed, he's like, awesome. And he actually like hangs it up to let the ink dry. And at which point he opens the gate for you all and lets you through.
Theon curtsies before going along with Deck.
Rowan just smiles at him and heads up.
I was gonna say, that's the people who know what they're doing and know the area take the lead again. Yes.
Dak assumes Works and Fiona know the area. She doesn't know a damn thing about Ishgard.
As soon as they all get in, Works is like, okay, where are you guys going?
Well,
I'm going to see my family.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I think I'll had someone on the other side of the gate.
Nope, that
That's where I
is.
came to the lady there. Well, I will be staying with her. You might want these, Rowan. She passes the letters from Archfon over.
Takes the letters. Looks over at Works. Are you going to the Brum, or are we all staying together? The Broom. The Brum.
I'm he just looks. I'm scared.
And he goes, as you guys are walking through, and Orcs is starting to say like he's scared. 3 men in white armor with blue fringes on the bottom
Fucking
come forward, and they all bow to you at the same time.
Fiona curtsies.
Fionn, you
Yes.
immediately recognize these 3 men as Sir Ignace, Sir Grenot, and Sir Nodin.
Damn.
Good day to you, good sirs.
And
What
greetings,
did you have to play?
and greetings to the agents of mayhem. We received word that you were in Camp's Dragonhead, and from the excitement and fervor of the guardsmen that you were coming into Ishgard, we felt it would be most appropriate that such esteemed guests would have an escort of the Heavens Ward while they were here. And we would greatly enjoy your company, or to be your companions for this time.
Jack looks up at Fionn.
Fiona turns to her and nods.
Roll a perception, Fionn.
My rolls are not doing too great, but
Not tonight, no.
22.
22. You look up, and it's rather apparent that Ignace is excited to see you. Nodit looks rather, there's not the same look of awe that Ignace has, but you can see there's an obvious look of respect. And there is embarrassment in Grenot's eyes.
The same kind of embarrassment you get from losing your testicles.
Roll a sense motive, Kato.
Grenna the steer.
Oh,
Grenna. Never living that down.
that was a heel check.
I didn't mean to click that one.
You roll amazing for the fucking heel!
For once.
We just add 8.
Medical knowledge! Is this poor man's testicles inverted?
You can, Kato, you can tell Grenot has something he wants to ask, but at the same time doesn't. However, Grenot is the one that takes another bow, and he says, "Ma'am, as one of the members of the Heavens Ward and the current highest ranking among us, allow me to formally welcome you into Ishgard and tell you that it is an honor to be amongst such great heroes as yourselves. We would be more than happy to aid you in whatever manner that you seek of us.
Rowan steps forward and she extends a hand in greeting.
He takes it very politely, shakes it, as does Ignace. A little, you can feel the excitement as he shakes it a little bit more than he needs to, whereas Nodent takes it and he and Gurno are very polite. They shake it firmly, very professionally.
If I might impose, we do have business to attend, and I wouldn't. Rowan stops for a moment because nerves are starting to get to her. We need to speak with the House Fortoms.
Then would you allow us to escort you directly to the location? No one will hassle you, as he kind of points a little bit, and you can see there's crowds of Ishgardians looking from windows. They've stopped shopping. They're you can see from the distance they're gossiping with each other and pointing your direction.
Rowan nods and says, that would actually be very wonderful, if I may request that of you.
Of course. Will the Lady Darkspan be the only one needing an escort, or will the rest of you be joining her?
Mark's just I have things to do. I'll catch up with you guys later.
If you're sure.
Nodent looks up and he says, Sir Worksend, is there Artemis or anything that I could do to aid in this?
Something of a personal matter.
I understand. There's much of Ishgard that needs time to think and collect ourselves after the events, and we wouldn't want to pry. I wish you well on whatever the matter is.
Mark just gives him a quick wave and heads off.
Take care, Worksend.
I'll bring you guys when I'm done.
Okay.
What am I doing? That's not how that command works.
And Works is going off to see if he can find his old house.
Nope.
Ooh.
I like how it was odd 7 and then just magically turned.
What was that for?
Sense motive.
Well, I am very unfamiliar with Ishgard, and I would have no idea where I'm going, so I wouldn't mind an escort if you all wouldn't.
Where are you not coming with me, or?
No, I'm just saying it would be nice to have an escort. I honestly would feel bad if they came all the way out here to greet us and we didn't take them up on the offer. I honestly would like to get inside, and she kind of tugs at her coat a little bit, and Scotch's head pops up.
Oh, Ignace looks up and he goes, "Oh yes, I had heard from a number of people in Operaneus that you were not fond of the cold. We brought you a little bottle of something to help with that."
Oh?
He pulls out this kind of glowing red bottle. And it smells warm, and he says, the bottle itself is warmed fire crystal, but it's tame enough. It just keeps liquid warm.
Ah.
It kind of, we do it because it looks amazing.
It does, yes.
Inside of it is actually what we call wassail, but it's a
Wassail.
special brand of wassail. known to warm the body and make you feel warm for quite a long time.
Thank you.
If you don't know what wassail is, it's essentially a spiced applejack.
Oh, well, I will use it sparingly.
Alcohol content's real low.
Yes, it's fine.
You can see he's like, oh, I'm embarrassing myself. Oh shit.
Here I was thinking it was a potion of fire belly.
Burp. Fire. Anyway, thank you very much. She actually takes a small swig of it.
Okay, you drink it and like you can feel warmth like spread from your throat down to your fingertips and your toes, then back up through your head. It's very warm. It's very tasty. And as you're drinking it, you can kind of feel the chill dissipate off of you.
Oh, that's nice. I'm getting more of this.
Oh, most shops around here sell it. There's a nice little lady down over on the other side of Ishgard. I believe it's... Excuse me, but out of character. I believe it's called the Jeweled Corzar?
Something like that.
Something like that. She makes entire cauldrons of the stuff and passes it around. You bring her a bottle, she'll refill it for free.
Wonderful.
Anyway, Nodent seems to be keen on taking Lady Darksbane and your group over to Fortemps. Might I take anyone to see anyone else? Surely, well, yeah, Agents of Mayhem, you're probably here on business anyway, but I didn't know if any of you would have liked to have seen the Temple of Helone or walk the streets and have a little tour.
We are on a bit of a time limit, to be quite honest.
I understand, and I'm very sorry for interjecting. I'll leave it alone. But if you ever back, please let us know. We'd love to show you around Ishgard.
Another time then.
At which point he bows and he stops and says, he stops and looks at Fiona and says, "Tell me, have you tried any of my grandma's recipes yet? She's dying to know if the Wolf Scholar approves."
Theo nods. Indeed we have, not to worry. They are absolutely amazing.
You see him grin from ear to ear, and it's like, "I'll let her know immediately. Thank you." And he just runs off.
No, thank you.
Grenot looks down a little bit. He looks back up and he says, Nodent, do you have this covered? I don't think it would be appropriate to have two members of the Heavens Ward leading simple tours of the Fortemps. As you all have indicated, you are on a crunch. But I will ask one personal question if it's not of a concern to you all.
Sure.
Rowan, no.
It's actually for Lady Fiona herself. Will you be attending the tourney this year in Opernais?
She nods.
If it is not too much trouble, would you mind having a private conversation with me in Opernais?
Lifts an eyebrow.
Or if you have time to spare while you're here, would you mind maybe in half a bell to a bell meeting me at Manadazima? It's right across from the Fortemps.
Alright, I can do that.
He's hard to read, Dak, but you can tell it's nothing nefarious.
Okay.
I'll be honored to.
Thank you very much. And he heads off. I'll see you then. Good luck with the Four Temps. They are excellent people.
Thank you. Be seeing you then.
And Noda just kind of nods a little bit. Well, with all of that taken care of, I would be happy to lead you onward. We apologize that the rest of the Heavens Ward couldn't be out to help you all, but most of them are all tied up at the moment.
Oh, no, it's quite alright.
He starts leading on. He carries on conversation because it's a bit of a walk, and he's like, yes, actually, Sir Sharbot was most interested in meeting Lady Darksbane, but he's working the soup kitchens today.
Oh, I'm certain there'll be another time where we might be able to meet.
Indeed. Sadly, oh, Lord, how the fuck do you pronounce these names? Sadly...
Hey, I'm Canadian. I can't.
Yeah. Sir Zaffirin and... Sir Zaffirin, Sir Janalux, and Sir Homeric are all on guard duty for Thornton today, so obviously they couldn't be here.
To be honest, I don't believe we were even expecting the greeting that we did get, so...
Yeah.
He just kind of walks a little bit, and he kind of stops for a second, and he says, and he points down a pathway, and I'd like all of you to roll a perception. Aside from Works.
Another 20.
That would be a 32 for me.
Okay, so you all like look down this pathway, and it's just like a chamber down to various housing areas. It's not the broom, and you do see their Ishgardian flags flying, but you can see that many of them have like the Wolf Scholar flag, which is like first time Fiona's seeing it, aside from the piece, but it's just her flag, and it's a trio of grimoires with a white wolf's head on a blue, like, Ishgardian background. Then you can see a couple of smaller flags. It's like people are still kind of like iffy about displaying them, but you can see Rowan's symbol, which is like a dragon wrapped around the sun. This is we very much enjoy hearing about your exploits, and while we find it a bit sad that half of you are dragons in some capacity of name, we can't help but find ourselves supporting you.
Well, as evidenced by the rather interesting events prior, goes to show that perhaps even dragons care for Ishgard sometime.
Nodit laughs a little bit. He says, maybe, but don't say it too loud. Inquisitors still run around.
Oh.
Oh, no doubt.
He laughs. Oh, I'm sure I'm sure Sir Honorel and Sir Lemire would find much humor in that. But for the time being, let me get you to your destination. You didn't come to hear me ramble or for our people to fawn over you.
No, most definitely didn't come here for that.
At that point, he leads you all onward, pushing forward until you reach the convictionary, and then he leads you down another long set of stairs down into the pathway between the Dazamel and Four Temps Manors. And he very calmly bows as he hands you over to the doorman of the Four Temps. He says, "Good day, sir." And the doorman looks up and he says, "Oh, to what do I owe the pleasure of the Heavens Ward?" And he looks over and he says, "Oh, I see you have brought us most esteemed guests. Can I help you all?"
Rowan steps forward and very quietly asks to speak to Count Edamont.
Edamont. Well, this is quite a intriguing predicament. I will go and see if the Lord of the Manor is taking guests. I'm sure.
Helen, the letters.
Rowan hands him the letters and says to him, "This is for the Count, and also please tell him that Eloise sends her greetings."
He looks down. He kind of brings the letters up. He goes, "I well enough recognize Hauscherfont's handwriting." He kind of like pulls the letter aside. Eloise is a name I haven't heard in many, many years.
Rowan just looks right smack at the guardsman.
He gives a very faint nod and he walks inside. About 10 minutes later, he opens the door and he says, "Edamont, we'll see you." He stands aside.
Theon curtsies and leads Dak in.
Yep. That curtsies and, well, best she can, it goes in.
Rowan stands outside for just a few more moments, taking a couple of deep breaths before she walks in.
Adrian's just,
Once gone.
as you say, Adrian's just somewhat robotically doing the proper etiquette and just following along at this point.
Speaking of proper etiquette, Theon takes Dak's jacket once she's inside.
Okay.
Scotch almost falls out and just crawls under her hat with Millie.
Okay. You all come in, and while Fiona's taking the jacket, a number of other servants come by, and they start taking jackets and snow equipment off of you, helping you doff the equipment. You look around, and it's very... It's obviously it's a High Lord's house in Ishgard. You can see that a lot of money went into making this place look nice. You can see that there is ample care in all the decorations, all of it being very exemplary of Ishgardian work, of the colors matching both Ishgard's and the house's personal colors. At which point, Edamont has started to come very slowly down the stairs, kind of leaning on his cane. You can see he's aged quite a bit. He looks over everybody. He says, "Well, what a wonderful surprise to be greeted by the agents of Nail. Such fame is not lost upon me, and most certainly not lost upon my servants, nor my children, or any of my kin. Then he looks directly at Rowan. Ah, and I see that the long-lost child of dear Eloise has finally returned to Ishgard. Welcome home.
Thank you, Uncle.
Well, to what do I owe the pleasure of reuniting with my family and the pleasure of such esteemed company?
Rowan takes a deep breath. It's a little bit shaky. This is not exactly the homecoming that I had wished. Because I need to ask of you for your assistance.
Well, that's what family is for, is it not? I'm sure my dear son, Harchefont, said no less the same.
This is true, and Cousin has been quite the host, and I've been very lucky to spend quite some time with him over the last week or so. However, matters have come to a head that we are called to travel into Boreal to deal with elemental affairs.
And I'm assuming you'll have come asking for a guide.
Looking for a guide, yes. As well as, we really need a pilot.
A pilot would be something to go ask the Astronium. Not myself. However, I can very much provide a land guide.
So, who would I speak to again about Rowan is like, her hands are like wringing behind her back as she's trying to maintain a ladylike high house man, but her hands are like giving it away from behind her. So who would we petition to again to get a pilot?
I think I butchered the pronunciation, but essentially the Astrologians.
Oh,
The Athenium Astrologicum.
Yes, the Athenium Astrologicum. You would need to speak with them. They have access to a number of airships and their supply. Likewise, they have a number of pilots out for hire, many of them using both the stars and mechanical knowledge in order to fly their ships. While you're here, I would strongly suggest that you attune to the Aetherite outside. That way you can return whenever you like. You are always welcome here.
Well, I'm definitely going to be doing that.
as it's been too long.
Indeed.
Cut out.
She said it's been too long. So, is there anything else that you all need? If you need a guide, I can summon one now.
Rowan looks to Dak.
Well, I'm unsure how long our friend's going to be taking, but getting the pilot and guide situation taken care of quickly would be in our best interest.
Very well. Honorat! Honorat! There's silence for a little while, and then a young Ellison, probably 13, comes out, short, auburn hair, dressed very much in a manner of a high house member, but not as finely as one of the actual sons. Very much looks like a servant. He takes a bow and he says, "Yes, Lord Edmond."
Night, Kato.
Good night, Kato. Edmond looks down at him and says, "Honorat, these fine people are the agents of mayhem, and the one over there, the white-haired Ellison, is my niece. I ask that you guide them through the Vaurian lands for me. He says, I would be glad to, sir. It's been about a moon since I've been to through the area, but I would be happy to lead them through to the best of my ability. I trust that you are more than capable. And he passes on or off to you.
Rowan reaches out a hand to greet him. Greet her up.
He's about half your height, and he reaches up and shakes your hand.
Dak just gives him a little bow. For she is little.
He does the same to her.
Now, we do have a map of areas of interest that we need to go to. Fiona here has all that information. What we could do is, I guess we could do we could separate. You guys can work on that, while the rest of us can go out to the astrologians to see about getting a pilot.
Lady Rowan, I must remind you that you are the one who has the maps, and in addition, I have other things keeping me busy. So.
Oh, I do have the map. I thought that it was something that you had been best, but that's fine.
Do go ahead and discuss the matter with him as well as the pilots. I'll follow shortly.
Of course.
And my lord, if I may, regarding the contents of one of the two letters, could I count on you for your support in establishing the donation drive?
Verily. There will be no roads that I would not cover for the restoration of the homes lost in the broom. So, consider that already done.
Thank you very much. It is my deepest pleasure to have your aid.
Indeed. As for anything else, you all are free to rest here. You are free to dine with us, or you are free to take on our aunt and go. We just ask you bring him back in one piece, please. He's very dear to us.
Rowan,
Not to worry, we'll treat him like one of our own.
Rowan looks up at her uncle and asks if are any of my other cousins home.
Emil is out and about as usual. As for the elder, sadly, no, he is not either. He went on Artorial, has gone on a bit of the tour through Giovannia himself for the time being, helping out with, well, chocobo farming for the time being. He wants to better relate to the poorer members of Ishgard and, well, those who work underneath us so that he can more properly understand them.
Rowan,
You might be able to catch him within a few weeks. He'll most likely be in the broom.
you must forgive me, but this visit has been years in the making, and as there are a million things I wish to ask, it seems that my tongue has gone away with me.
If I'm to be so bold, Luis and I often had the same problem when we were younger as well. So many questions, so little time. and our nerves usually got the better of us.
Yes, I would definitely say it is nerves. And she lets go of her hand from behind her back. Eloise has been ill, but she's doing much better now. Mother is expected for a full recovery and should be up and around soon.
That's
And
wonderful news.
how's your health been, Uncle?
I've been very well, to be honest. I have. He thinks for a moment and he closes his eyes. Let's out aside. I have 3 sons who I am very proud of, who are turning into fine young men, though 2 much faster than another. Ah,
I remember bits and pieces of Arturiel before leaving when we were little. It's kind of hard for memories, and the last time I was here, I was 5.
well, Artoriel is a fine young man. He'll be a good leader someday, as is Hashafont already. Emil has a ways to go.
As do I, Uncle. It all comes in time.
Mm-hmm. We are still reeling from the recent attacks, however, and trying to recover. It's left quite a wound on all of us.
When I was young, Mother would tell me stories of Ishgard and the tower buildings and the beautiful views, and I think Mother would. Don't want Mother's memories to be tarnished.
Indeed. Hopefully she'll have the chance to return to us at some point, and at least visit.
And of course, same, you would be always welcome as they are in the main city-state of Gridania. Father has retired from the Adders and is spending his days hunting on our lands there in Gridania.
Then I will have to make it a point to come visit.
It would be nice to get you down there at one point, Uncle. I do understand that Emil, I can't say the little youngest one's name.
Emil?
Emil.
Something like that.
Madeline?
Yeah, him. and Honora, we're actually planning on attending the tournament in Auvergnat along with some of the members from Camp Dragonhead. At least that's what Hershafont led me to believe.
Well, I know Hoshafont, and they plan to appear. Emil most likely will be at the tournament unless something happens. Namely, if a lady seems to accept his affections. Though I have my doubts that'll happen anytime soon.
But it'll be interesting, and I hope not to bring disgrace to the house during the tournament.
The fact that you were brave enough to compete brings honor upon us all.
Even though my nickname is the Wraith of Dragons.
Wrath, but
Wrath of Dragons, sorry. Wraith.
You're the ghost of dragons.
I'm the Dragon Wrath. No.
Oh, well, I mean, you're also traveling with the Dragon of the Sea and the Platinum Dragon, so they're just names.
Very true. Well, I do think that it best if Honra and I go over the maps. Look over at the rest of the group. Did you want to stay for that, or did you want to go off and procure a pilot?
Well, if you wish to stay and maybe catch up with family a bit and go for the maps, perhaps I think we can handle getting the pilot and maybe hunting down the companion who wandered off.
In this big of a city, it's gonna be a little difficult for that one, but
Just some more time.
yeah. I'm sure he'll find us.
Rowan takes out the maps, looks over at Honorat and says, "So, are we ready to take a look at this puppy?"
Indeed, I will try to guide you all to the best of my ability. And he looks over the map and he looks to where you pinpointed, which was again about here. He says, "Oh, neck of the Hydra, huh? Yes, I can lead you through that. It'll be a trek, and we'll probably need to camp at least twice along the way, but I can get you there."
Okay. So, I guess Honorat and I are going to start to discuss this, and you guys go do what you want to do.
All right. I'm going to switch over to Fionn, and if Works has any idea what he wants to do after that, we can do his.
Okay.
I was gonna go find have him go find this old house.
Okay.
He's going.
Music.
I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick then.
Okay. No. I feel like half my music is fucking gone. Alright, so.
Grab a bite as well.
Okay. Fionn,
Yes.
as well, I guess we could take like a 2 to 3 minute like pee break while they're gone and then let them come back.
Okay. Is it that serious?
I think they would want to listen to it.
Yeah, I have to run the bathroom.
Fair enough.
Pee break!
Here's where you fill my water.
Alright, I am back.
Welcome.
Ark, where's this music from?
I don't remember. It's been sitting in my playlist since like session 10.
It sounds very Tales-ish.
Fucking know anymore. Let's see. I mean, I've honestly probably deleted it off my computer, which means there's no way to really.
Yeah, true.
Isn't this the ending to Haruhi, was it?
Hang on.
Haruhi?
No, maybe something else.
It says Bird's poem of piano and violin tribute.
Some anime.
I think it might be like from Your Lie in April.
Ah.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't remember.
I remember hearing just a chunk of that melody in the Nika Nika Doga medley, so. Like, the original Kumiko Kumiko Nika Doga. Wow, I just fucking dated myself on public stream.
I think it's if I'm just be naughty because I looked it up. A Bird's poem is the it's it's either the opening or ending to the anime Air TV, and
Air, that was it.
And a piano and violin tribute is, I think, someone doing it in piano and violin. I think that's just it.
Oh yeah, kind of goes.
Hey, Theon.
Mm-hmm.
Want to see a nail biter?
Sure.
Oh.
That
What was this from?
That was on Reddit, but that our paladin did that the other day.
Mm.
Oh God.
I was expecting a horrible pun, but
Don't ever gamble with Yedrin. Please no.
I don't know. I've got quite the bluff in sense motive. Okay, maybe not the best sense motive, but
Better than mine.
still can't read my poker face.
Oh my God.
Alright, calm down there, Lady Gaga.
I need to find my DVDs of that. Oh, the childhood memories.
Oh, jeez. Hmm?
It was like why you shouldn't watch anime in public, and it was using the dirty old man trope. And
Oh dear.
So I was watching Devil's Line,
yeah,
and there was a part of it. It kind of got me a little bit uncomfortable because I'm watching it in my living room, and my son. I mean, nothing really happened, but the way they were talking, and then my son goes walking behind me. I'm like, yeah, a little uncomfortable. Oh my god. Because you know the guy's like masturbating. It's like, why? Why does my son have to walk through during this part? Why?
Welcome to every anime. Welcome to every teenage boy's life when their mother walks in. Because it has to be at the exact wrong moment.
I mean, it's just you couldn't see anything, but he was talking about the female's reaction to him and how moist she got, and I'm just like, oh god, oh my god. And I'm not a prude, but my son is very
judgmental.
not judgmental, but he's kind of
Curious?
he's very closed. No, he's very closed off. He's very proper in those respects. So, you know, he gets upset when his sister comes tearing out of the bathroom naked.
Ah.
So it's like, yeah, okay, this is weird. But it is what it is. He's like, what the hell are you watching? I told him the name of the anime. He's like, oh. So, I don't know if his okay was that he watched it or it's a vampire, it's anime. Okay. I'm sure I could have been caught watching worse things if I actually, but you know. Just, trying to rein things in. It's like almost as bad as watching True Blood and having your dad in the other room.
Oh, Game of Thrones.
No. The worst is watching Your Highness with your mom's boyfriend. That was actually the worst.
Wait. Here's one for you. Do you remember that Vin Diesel movie, Triple X?
Yeah.
Okay. The most embarrassing is when your boyfriend goes to your mother and asks to borrow her Triple X DVD. Only to have her tell you that when he left the room with the DVD, that my dad turned and goes, well, that was rude of him to ask for a Triple X rated movie. And my mother it wasn't a Triple X rated movie. Why do you think I would have one of those? It was hilarious.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Had a small incident with the kitties.
It happens.
Oh, they
no.
got them out and they wanted food.
Hairball.
Oh.
Yeah.
Again, happens. They're cats.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
were having stories. I'm gonna mute myself now for you two.
Okay. Fionn, do you head over to Dazma or are you heading somewhere else?
She is going to the mail matter.
Zamail, sorry. So,
Okay.
as you head over to the Zamail Manor, the doorman there takes one look at you, nods. He opens and holds the door open for you, and lets you in.
She curtsies politely and goes in.
Inside, you can see that Grenot, or however the hell you pronounce his name.
That's about right, yeah.
I think it's Grenot.
Yeah, Grenot is standing there. He's changed out of his armor. He's still looks like a lordling at this point, but he doesn't look threatening. And he very calmly bows to you, and he says, I thank you very much for joining me, Lady Eliswa. And I apologize for the secrecy of the matter, but I was hoping to keep this a surprise.
Pleasure is all mine. Is there anything I can help you with regarding this surprise?
Honestly, you just being here is more than enough, and I appreciate you willing to do this favor. There's someone I would like you to meet, or rather someone who would like to meet you.
Oh?
He pauses and he calls out, Shashon! And a little dark-skinned... do you have your Cloak of Resistance already?
Yeah.
Alright, a little dark-skinned, maybe 6-year-old Elysian girl with blonde hair, dressed in a very close child's replica of your own dress from when you were in Opernaeus, comes around the corner and she says, yes, uncle. And then she turns and she looks and you see her eyes go bug-eyed wide, seeing you. And she goes, Lady Eliswa? And she looks down and she goes, You got my feathers?
Fionn just can't help but give the widest smile and nod slowly. I did.
And you're wearing them. You see her eyes are filling up with tears. And she looks over at Grenot, and then she looks back at you. She says, Uncle said that you would... Hang on. Uncle said that you would probably get the letter. I didn't think that you would come to Ishgard. I thought maybe I would see you at the stands, if at all. Papa was saying the same thing too.
Well, the life of an adventurer is always unpredictable, shall we say, but I must thank you. Your letter helped me see a lot of things that I was blind to, and to be honest, helped me find new purpose.
She just kind of looks at Grenot, and then she looks at you and kind of starts walking forward, and with that childish innocence, she can't help herself, and she runs and she wraps herself around your legs.
Fionn, already knowing what's coming, kneels down to hug her. Truly, I cannot thank you enough.
She's just... At this point, she's just happy crying, and she can't even speak.
closes her eyes, tear rolling down her own cheek.
You two just stay like that for a few minutes before Grenot kind of like slowly walks over and taps Shishon on her shoulder, and strokes her back slowly, kind of pulls her away and says, "Now down, sweetheart. You don't want to stain her dress." He gives a kind of timid laugh and looks at Fionn again. He looks back to her, and Shishon kind of rubs her eyes, and she dries them. And she says, I really want to be just like you when I grow up. I want to be strong and smart, and I want to see so much of the world."
Fionn just chokes up, just really conflicted, feeling so idolized, but she smiles and ruffles Shishon's hair gently.
She looks up and she says, Are you gonna win this year?
I'll do my best for everyone in Ishgard. In the meantime, you be sure to study your letters.
Of course, I'll do my best. Papa and Uncle help me with that all the time. She laughs.
What?
She says, Uncle's not too good at it, though. And he's like, shh.
It's quite alright. Above all, though, do not let your curiosity ever get stifled. Always be willing to ask questions.
She giggles a bit and she says, Yes, ma'am. And at that point, Grenot says, I think I hear your mother calling for you, Shishon. And she runs off. At that point, Fiona, I would like you
seen
to
the stands.
roll a perception. Um,
25.
Based on what you can see, it's mannerisms and all that. It's fairly obvious it's his kid.
Fiona doesn't say anything.
He just kind of rubs his face. He says, there was a secondary matter, but I wanted her to be happy for a moment. Or rather, I knew this would make her happy.
I'm glad.
But, he reaches out his hand to you and he says, May I?
Oh? She extends her hand.
As you extend your hand, he brings his hand up and he actually pulls the mask down.
I see.
This is Fiona Liswa, or rather Amaline. I do know who you are. And I must honestly state that I don't care about your past. I see that you are good for Ishgard. You're good for our next generation. And above all else, you want to help our people. I don't want to turn you in. And I won't. I, more than anything, admire the ferocity of which you pursue your own goals and the betterment of all of our people. So, I did want to talk to you about what happened in Burm, and more than anything, tell you that you don't need to hide who you are.
Theon, still a bit taken aback, just puts a hand over her mouth thoughtfully. While that is true, there was a lot I did back then that even I cannot forgive myself for.
Then that makes two of us.
Theon chokes up a bit again and puts on a somewhat pained smile.
I have to admit that my change of heart did not come without a great deal of pain. I'm sure you know Palicran de Flanoli.
I do.
He is married to one of my sisters now, as I was married to his. He was brought into the Heavens Ward mostly as a pretense to legitimize my marriage to someone who wasn't a noble, for lack of a better word. Palicran proved himself to be skilled enough that he could be a Heavens Ward member as well, so that only helped with things. And eventually he found love with my sister. And I don't blame him for it, and honestly, I'm all the happier for him. With his sister, my wife, she conceived Shishon almost 6 years ago. But, I lost her in another Dravonian raid when Shishon was only but a year old. I threw myself into grief and rage, became the bull that I was. I made myself mean and wretched in order to keep her safe, to keep devious eyes away from my daughter, but I couldn't raise her as I was. Palicran and my sister could not conceive, and I couldn't bear to find another lover. So I gave them Shishon to raise while I lost myself in my grief. And alcoholism, bloody bar fights, and looking to kill whatever I could. And I found out about you. And I have to admit, even 2 years ago, my rage swelled in my breast. I would have still taken you down as a heretic. But next thing I knew, there was the attack, and I saw so many people in the broom lose so much. I nearly lost my daughter. And I saw people losing theirs, losing their lovers. And I had to reflect on what I was doing to others for the first time in my life. And then I saw the joy that you brought her. I saw the joy that helping others in the broom brought her. I couldn't keep being the man I was. At that point, he actually gets on his knees in front of you and bows his head with his hands on the ground, and he starts crying. He says, "Can you ever forgive me for what I have done to you and your people?"
Theon lowers her hand to her chest before kneeling down and gently taking Grinnell by the cheek. So Grinnell, I should be asking the same thing myself.
How can I ever ask
I lost
anybody-
myself to
He stops and he says, "You go ahead."
too. I lost myself to grief as well. Through my loss, I threw myself into the arms of whoever would allow me to exact vengeance. And it was only after I met the Lady Todd that I realized there was better ways to do things. Your daughter, I realized how much I could be helping Ishgard again. Our people, instead of just running away. You've seen the same. I cannot possibly hold any ill will against you.
I couldn't hold any ill will with you. You're probably the first person to make my daughter smile since I don't know how long. Ishgard's not a place to raise a child. Not right now. I heard about your endeavor to repair the broom to raise funds, and I will gladly match and more whatever that you want to bring in. House of Miles funds are yours.
I cannot thank you enough.
He stands up and he just clasps your hands and he says, "I want to build an Ishgard that's safe for Shoshone. And I want to build an Ishgard where no one has to suffer like I did, or like you did. And I honestly think that together with many of my brothers, the help of the broom and Sir Emmerich, we can do that."
That would be an Ishgard I've always dreamed of. And I would do anything to help.
We do have to do one thing that's going to be hard for both of us, though.
What is that?
We have to reconcile with the heretics. Or should I say we have to reconcile with those that sided with the dragons. Ishgard
Yeah,
can't
not.
stand against itself.
I think it's time for a lasting peace. I'll do everything I can to help with it.
And as much as we have talked about peace here, there is another thing that we have to do. And I think you know what I'm about to say.
Yes?
Nidhogg has to die. I'm sure
Yeah.
that his brood
Not so much.
can be redeemed. But so long as that dragon lives, so long as it keeps coming back,
There will be no peace.
there'll be no peace. It's about the only thing that all Irish Guardians can agree on, barring those that side with them. But I think with the ferocity that was shown and Reyes Velger's intervention on our behalf, that belief might have wavered a bit.
I do not know if I'll be the one, or if we'll be the ones to fell him, but I'll see to it that I aid all endeavors to stop the Dark Dragon.
Indeed. We need Gridania for it, though. For it to be permanent.
Of course. That much I can certainly help with.
Indeed. I know that they are. I know they keep their secrets close to their breasts, but it's hard to hide conduits. And Gridania has a monopoly on them.
Indeed.
And unless we destroy that Aether, the dragon will reform, as he's been doing for well over a millennia. I'm sorry I've taken too much of your time for sentimentalisms.
It's quite alright. I feel this was long overdue anyway.
I know that you're a taken woman, but may I argue?
Feel free.
He just
She extends her arms out.
Bruno wraps you up into a hug and just holds you. He doesn't try anything. He doesn't try to make it sensual. It's the hug of somebody who is insanely grateful that you're alive and that you are who you are.
Fionn hugs Grenella back.
He pulls back and he says, I wish you safe travels, and I wish you success on all of your endeavors.
And I you.
At that point, he pats your shoulder and he says, long live the agents of mayhem.
Glory to the heavens, what?
And he nods and he shows you out, and then he stops and he opens up a little book. And he says, if you ever get a chance, if you could write back Shoshone at some point, something small, doesn't have to be anything big, I'd know she'd treasure it forever.
Absolutely. You'll have my word that I'll send a letter back as soon as I'm back at the homestead.
And he puts a hand over his heart, thumps it once in a salute, and waves you off.
And salutes back before going. Redonning her mask and reactivating glamour.
You see he kind of nods and gets a little chuckle out of that before he walks back inside and out of the cold.
I suppose that's one last act for Amelie Villeneuve to do. I'm not going to be feeling with no regrets.
Works.
Yes.
You said you're gonna go try to find your old childhood home.
Yeah.
How
See if his
many,
parents are still there.
how many years has it been?
Probably getting close to 7.
7. Okay. And you were rather handily in the broom, right?
Spent most of the time there.
Okay. Roll a 1d100.
Oh, Christ. My luck's been good tonight.
Well, you can't fail a roll, you got prefix.
Oh,
Oh
not too
god, I
bad.
thought that was a 19 at first. All right, works. As you start walking through the broom, very slowly ambling through it, you start to see the destruction that happened here. While only 10% of the broom was fully lost, the vast majority of it is scorched. The dragon's fire that engulfed it looks like it consumed a full 90% of the area, at least in terms of the soot and the ash that is spreaded everywhere through here. It seems like no building was left unmarked in some way. What's more, as you walk through the streets, you look around and you can see the clear scratch marks where members of the Horde not only breathed fire and projectiles into the area, it looks like they physically breached the defenses of Ishgard. You continue walking down the streets. You can see a number of people almost huddled in the ash remains of what was left of their homes. There are several people mourning desperately. Though as you look, you can see a number of high house individuals coming around, bringing food. Some of them are taking others away, leading them into appropriate shelter. Still others are walking around discussing reconstruction efforts for the area's reinforcement of the homes that were damaged and rebuilding those that were lost. As you make the turn past the Forgotten Night, dipping down lower into the colder, more desperate reaches of the broom, you can see that it's not as scorched down here, as it seems that the suffering of the lower levels was not as prominent in Nidhogg's mind as the more on display targets. You walk further and further along around the rickety wooden platforms, stone bridges, eventually finding your way to your old neighborhood. The chill has caught your breath at this point. It's been too long since you've been this cold. And as you look, you can see your old family house still standing. a bit blacker than you remember. A couple of scratch marks here and there. There's no light. It's quiet.
Works' chest is just beating rapidly. His breath is getting shorter. He walks up to the door and he knocks on it, hoping to hear anything.
There's not an answer. You knock a few times and the door very slowly falls open. Completely disconnected from its hinges. And hits
He
the
walks in.
ground. Dust flies up.
He walks in.
You walk inside. You look around a little bit, roll perception. You gaze about, and it's fairly obvious the house hasn't been lived in quite some time. There's nothing in the cabinets. There's no plates, no silvery. Almost all of the furniture is gone. However, at the dining table that you and the family used to eat at, there's a single letter sitting on it. It's crumpled, dusty. Looks like it's almost moldered over. You look down, you can see it's addressed to you.
I walk over and sit down at the table and pick up the letter.
There's nowhere to sit, so.
Okay, well, I go over to the table and pick up the letter.
Alright. It stains your fingers to hold it. Parchment's old. Very old. But as you slowly open the envelope, you can see the paper inside is of higher quality and hasn't aged. The ink on it's still fresh, or at least appearing so. As you begin to read, you look down and can see a note left from your parents addressed to you. It reads, Dear Worksend, we know not when you will find this letter, or if you will ever find it. We miss you deeply and dearly, and hope that you are well. But seeing as it's been almost 4 years since your disappearance, and we've heard not a peep about you nor your regiment, we've honestly begun fearing the worst. You were always a brave young man, and you had a head on your shoulders for knowing right from wrong and who to protect. We don't think that you're gone, but we don't know if you'll ever find your way back to us. And there are so many memories in this house with you that we just couldn't bear to stay any longer. We've left Ishgard and decided that it was in our best interests to return to our homeland. We've made our way to the Asm Steppe, or will be making our way to the Asm Steppe, rejoining with one of the ancient tribes. It will be a definite change, but your mother and I believe it's best that we rejoin the Rain. Not the Rain, the
Zayla?
Yeah, the Zayla, sorry. best that we rejoin Azalea. We never found the acceptance that we thought we would in Ishgard, fleeing from everything. And it's well known Azalea are free from the Garlean influence that the rest of Doma is. If things do not work out with Azalea, we will be heading to Gagane. It's a free bastion, so I'm close enough to home that it'll be fine for us. If by some miracle you come across this letter, we hope you'll seek us out. We miss you, and we love you.
Mark just falls to his knees, his head on the table, just uncontrollable crying.
Aww.
After some crying, there's a small on the wall, and you look up and you can see it's an old woman who more or less had a hand in helping raise you. She often helped provide food for your family, seeing as they were mistreated. Hello?
Marks looks up. Yes.
Works it? Is that you?
He just nods.
Oh dear. She walks in. You know this woman. She is another Elizin. You know her as Araret. She just comes in and she wraps herself around you. She's hunched over. She's got to be about 82. And she just starts stroking your head. Oh, Markson. They waited for you for so long.
I wish I'd never left that day.
There's a lot of things that we wish. But everything happens for a reason. I'm sure you'll find them.
They told me where they were going, so I at least have that. I'm just glad they got out of here alive.
Yes. Most of the broom wasn't as lucky as us. We were barely affected.
And when I saw that, my heart dropped. I feared the worst.
I can't imagine what you just went through, dear. Come, let me get you a cup of tea and we can sit and talk for a while. I don't know where they went off to. I believe they said the Azam Steppe, but what tribe?
I don't even know. They really talked about
She thinks
life back there.
She thinks about it for a moment, and she goes, I believe they said they were part of the Ka.
Ka. I think they mentioned that a couple times. I don't know. My head is swimming right now.
Come on, let's get you out of here. And she starts pulling you away very slowly, leading you to
Before
her
he
own way.
leaves, you turn back and just goes, Dad, I did it. Became a hero. And he walks off with her.
And she says, I know they're proud of you. She spends the rest of the afternoon just taking care of you, making sure that you're emotionally well and stable.
He spends a lot of the time crying. Just the weight of everything. It gets happier as, he realizes that, they are alive and he has a way to find them.
After your time with this communication and getting all this back, you do return, to the rest of the party back at House Four Temps. The rest of the party sort of recognizing that two of their three Ishgardian members are now highly emotional.
Run, Dak, run!
As a matter of fact, we'll save Dak.
Fuck! I'm sorry.
Woo!
Dak,
Eh.
you can trip your echo off of either one of them.
Sure. Let's go.
Do not trip your echo off.
Which one? Which one?
Don't get your echo in my uncle's house. Damn it. Fuck it. Let's go for work. I'm in Fion's head enough as is.
Okay. You look at Works, and after a brief conversation, I'm assuming, Works, you mentioned you don't really want to talk about it right now.
No.
Potato sees all.
Yeah.
It's very obvious. He was a mess.
Dak is sitting down with tea, and then she just kind of zones out for a moment, and she gets the full blast of that. Speaking of which, Fionn, you get to roll a will save too, honey.
Oh boy.
I am so sorry.
Will saves for everyone.
Oh dang.
Okay, Fionn.
Yeah.
As you leave the house, Zamail, you may view Grenoux's memories.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. You get back into the House Four Temps and you sit down to rest, and then you slowly start to feel your head get lighter. And you take on that familiar third person situation. And as you're looking forward, you see Sergano running through the streets of a burning Ishgard. And you can hear him screaming a name. Adrien! Adrien, where are you? He roars in his anger as you can see Dravanian's Nidhogg's horde attacking the city. You can see Nidhogg floating around, breathing fire and raining death upon the Ishgardians. You can see him running actively through the streets. Just trying to help everyone he can. And begging them to tell him where Adrene, his wife, is. And slowly but surely, he begins to hear the crying of a child. His pace slows. He walks through the streets, finding a young girl, swaddled in pink clothes, covered in soot. One of her fingers is half charred. She's crying profusely. He picks her up and he cradles her. And he whispers her name, Shashan, over and over. As he looks forward, and he can see the half-crushed body of his wife in a building. She had apparently tossed the child out in a last-ditch effort to save her life. And she succeeded at the cost of her own. He picks her up and he holds her tightly as he screams and wails. Then it fast forwards a little bit, and you can see a dead-eyed Grenot giving the child to Palkrin. He explains that he can't raise her, and he can't love anybody else, and that she needs a mother and a father who can. He leaves, and several years pass, fast-forwarding between fights after fights, bloodshed, the wildness that you knew him for. And then you see a first-hand account of the latest battle with Nidhogg over Ishgard. You see him running the same streets, and the memories of what happened and seeing it happen to all these people sort of clicking upon him. You listen to him screaming for Shashan, begging every god that he can that she not be hurt, that she be okay, that she be safe. You can watch him run through these streets, coming upon the rebuilt remains of the same spot that he lost his wife. He stops, locking up, trembling in fear, sees that she's not there, but can see that she's in danger, passed out, laid out further down in the broom, having been knocked over the head with what could only be a piece of scaffolding that fell from low. A number of Dravanians closing in upon her. He goes to draw his weapon, but is blindsided by a number of them. His rage taking over as he begins to curse the dragons. And then a pair of white-winged dragons swoop in and carry the black ones away, striking them down One of them picks up Shishan, a black dragon, and goes to fly off with her. He weeps, knowing that he can't catch up, and then there's a flash of light. A blue-white spear goes through this dragon, and a white-haired woman wearing a full face-covering helmet slowly floats down, clad in armor, scaled with the same scales that Horace Velger has, walks forward and slowly hands him the child. And he stares, dumbfounded, as she leaves, and the echo ends.
Fionn just sinks back in her seat, head raised to the sky, and just not wanting to remove the mask this time, lets her tears flow. Gods be good.
Dak, meanwhile, activates Fly, and basically Fly tackles Works and hugs him. Just mumbling like she's sorry. There's no fucking reason to be sorry. Damn girl.
Rowan looks up. Okay. I think I'm gonna go outside now.
Rowan, come here. Come hug him.
Sorry, I was muted.
Good. Fuck. I was like, did Works walk away? Am I being emotional for no reason?
No, I just look up at Tart and just like, you saw it, didn't you?
Rowan!
Please,
Sure.
oh, please don't say anything.
I can still hug you, damn it.
I know, but please don't say anything to anyone else.
Fine. Hug.
And just kind of holds Tart closer, and it's just like, thank you.
Mhm. At least she's small, portable, and hugs on command.
Orc just stands up with Tart still hugging him.
Mhm. She'll monkey on him.
He looks and is just like, alright. So what's the game plan?
So Ark. Me and Gitter just found a pilot. We don't have to plot that out, do we?
No.
Okay.
They ask for like 500 gil.
Oh yeah, no, that's easy. I'll pay off that. Me and Andrew went and got a pilot, and I think we have a guide. We're good to go whenever.
Alright.
Are you gonna be alright?
I'll be fine. Just
Okay.
need something to take my mind off of all this.
Tea's always good. Just kind of like motions to where she was having tea.
There's just sitting somewhere off to the side, continuing to sip their tea.
And he just looks at Tori and just like, seriously, please do not say anything to anyone else.
I'm not gonna say a damn word, Workson.
He just pats her on the head. He just pats her on the head.
Now sit down,
Yeah.
shut up, and have your tea.
sips of tea.
What just happened?
I told Works to shut up, sit down, and drink his tea. Just to do the Aerith thing. I didn't even see that, by the way.
It's pretty good time.
Ark.
Yes.
Hold on, I have to pull this up because I
Oh,
have this
God.
saved for such a moment like this.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
I have to scroll right down my pictures. Look at Image Archive.
Just screw you both.
Oh, jeez. Now that we've ruined the mood completely.
we had to.
Oh my god.
Oh, my cheeks hurt. Oh, jeez.
I didn't even catch that coincidence for a minute until you explain it again. It's like, wait, that did happen. It's my
Yeah.
blue screen gets so bad.
Oh, my god.
Oh my god.
Fuck. I think we needed the levity though.
Yeah, we did.
Well, like, I saw Fiona go like Dak, and I'm like, oh, she must have noticed the Sid quote. And then it's like, you said that just as, and I looked up and I'm like, amazing.
Listen, my brain sort of blocked that out for a minute or two there until you explained it. And it's like, wait, oh shit, they did.
Completely unintentional.
It's still an amazing coincidence of timing.
Okay, does anybody else have anything else they want to do in this slide?
No.
Well, like I said, Rowan has gone outside.
Okay. What are you doing
Too many
outside?
feelings.
So Rowan has excused herself from the manor,
Mm-hmm.
and she goes out, and she goes down the stairs to the left of the house, so that she's on that pathway area looking out over Ishgard.
Okay.
And she's still shaking a bit. She's still kind of in shock
Okay.
that she's actually there. And her hands are on the wall as she just looks out and sees what she's always dreamt.
Alright. You look out, and as your hands shake, you can see for a moment the slow movements of a number of people walking these streets. You can see Ishgard for the first time close up with your own eyes. You look back, you can see the massive church hanging over. You can look around and you can feel the cold, but you can also feel the culture and the pride this area has. You can feel their self-reliance. And as you slowly look around, I need you to roll a will save.
Jeez.
Good music.
Alright. As you start to focus, your eyes water over and you look up at the statue of Halone. And slowly your mind drifts off. And you take a third person view for a moment. And you're not sure whose view you're looking from or whose memory you're viewing. But you watch two hooded familiar figures carrying a child running through the streets of Ishgard. They hold the child close. The familiar voice is saying, "We won't ever let anyone hurt you. You are precious fire. We won't let them extinguish you. We won't let anyone judge you for being different. We know where you can be safe." At that point, you watch as the two figures are approached by Edmond, the older four temps, standing there holding hands with a very young Atorial. He speaks up and he says, "Are you absolutely sure that you want to do this? We could very easily keep her within the manor. We could teach her to control her powers or abilities. You don't have to run off like this." And the two respond, "Brother, you know this is necessary. The Inquisitors would never let her live a normal life. And she deserves that. She deserves every happiness that she can get. Every chance to just be a child. Not a monster locked in a cage. Not a bird in a gilded... whatever you want to call it. She needs to be free. She needs a chance to make her own decisions. And a chance to be able to come to terms with whatever it is that's happening." Edmond squeezes Ethereal's hand and he says, "Very well. I won't stop you. And I will do all I can to help. Just come home someday, please. Please." Then the memory starts to come out, and there's a young man standing in front of you, Ron. He goes, Miss!
Rowan's voice is caught in her throat, and she just turns and she looks and she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. Am I in your way?"
No. You were just staring blankly, not moving. We were worried. Are you alright?"
"Just memories, that's all."
Oh, this place is very nostalgic for a number of people. It's where a lot of people met their first love, where they lost a sibling or a parent, or, just so many first things happened here. He looks up and he says, "Maybe it's because Mother alone is watching over us."
My first real view. As I'm looking toward the Four Times Manor. It's very overwhelming.
It can be. He offers a hand out to you. Roll a perception.
Really? Whatever.
He smiles and he shakes your hand. You look at him and you can see that he's dressed in a green and purple and gold attire. Not armor, just robes and coats, things of that nature. His hair is longer than yours, bright red. He's got an eye patch over one eye with a bright green eye. Relatively pale skin. He just kind of smiles at you, his lips very full. Seraphic face, almost unnaturally symmetrical, free of any blemish whatsoever. He says, I'm sorry, my name is Volmirden de Hallerant. Who are you?
My name is Rowan Dark.
Oh, Full Temps. No wonder this place is so nostalgic for you. Well, I don't want to keep you for too long. I just wanted to make sure all was all right.
Yes. Just a little nerves. A nostalgia. A little of everything right now. But all good.
I get that way every now and then too. Everything just kind of gets to you and you freeze up for a moment. You have to stop and remind yourself what's really important.
Got eating.
Anyway, I wish you the absolute best, and I hope you remain hale and healthy. But maybe get out of the cold. It's starting to get a bit nippier than usual.
Rowan's hand just starts to warm. I think I'll be okay.
Well, if you say so. Have a good evening, miss.
And you as well. Rowan turns up at the statue.
Roll a perception. You look up at the statue, and you think it might be a trick of the light or something with your eyes, but it almost seems like the normally stern figure of Halone is smiling at you. Even more so as you look at it, there seems to be a few tears rolling down its eye, down the eye sockets.
Rowan blinks a little bit. Thinking it's something wrong with her eyes.
She blinks a few times and everything kind of like looks more normal.
So is that guy? Oh, wait, was that guy was a dragoon? Huh? Minus the spears.
I was saying he wasn't wearing the armor and he didn't have the spears with him.
Oh, okay. So Rowan just looks around a little bit more just to kind of see in the area. Because she knows he's only going to be there for a short period of time before they go. And she just wants to get what she can get in and into her memory.
You look around, and as you're examining everything, the smell of a dish that your mother made so many times in the past wafts through the air. It's full of that nostalgia, love, and care that they always put into it for you. You look around and you can't see where it's coming from, but you can see smoke wafting here and there into the cold. You gaze, and the statue of Halone is still there looking down at you, her 3 golden spears at her side. The chapel ever imposing over everything. As you look around, you can see the manors. You can see the eternal evergreens rolling down the pathway that is this highborn area. You can see a few flowers sprouting up in defiance of the cold. And only the doormen and a few apparently lost souls are wandering this area right now. It's quiet. Very quiet. But you can almost faintly hear on the wind, "Welcome home. We missed you, and we love you."
Rowan starts to get choked up. And tears start to... As she looks at these...
I'm sorry, what?
As she's looking at all the buildings that her mother just described so perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
That she almost can't believe that she's finally here. She brushes away her tears, straightens out, takes another deep breath, and decides that she's got to go back in. She can't enjoy this, and heads back in.
All right, and I do believe that is a good place to call it for the night. Thank you all for joining us. I hope that you enjoyed this very emotional edition of Stories from the Seventh Shard. Join us again. We will continue in 2 weeks' time. And as always, we love you and take care of yourselves.
Yay!
Night.